town manager from Montclair. Today we're going to have our departmental budget hearings as required by New Jersey statute. The first department to make their presentation will be the police department, and I'll turn it over to the chief.
Okay, just to start, I have here with me today Deputy Chief Will Young, Lieutenant Dean Berardi. First, I want to say it's an honor to represent the men and women of the Montclair Police Department, and it's our continued privilege to serve and protect this community. The police department's operating budget request, excluding salary and wages for 2024, are $589,850, which represents a 14% decrease from last year. We're requesting the same level of staffing, which is to maintain 112 officers, 16 dispatchers, 6 clerical staff, and 1 custodian. Currently, we have 3 officers in the police academy that will be graduating soon, and 8 scheduled to be hired. Once the officers complete the academy training, they will start their field training, which takes approximately 12 weeks before they could be counted towards staffing, allowing us to fill vacancies in some of the specialized units, such as the Traffic Bureau, Juvenile Aid Bureau, and the Community Service Unit. Some of the larger requests for the 2024 operating budget include $95,000 for the building maintenance due to the age of the building, which has a history of having HVAC issues, electrical, plumbing, elevator, and unanticipated expenses with costly repairs. Another large but needed request is for $107,000 for electronic maintenance and $85,000 for the software license. The electronic maintenance agreements are for the radios, the 911 system, voice recorder for 911 phones and radios, evidence systems, electronic ticketing, body-worn cameras, battery backup for the computer server rooms, and the ability to copy videos from patrol vehicle dash cams and the department's interview room. The software license include internal affairs software, record management and CAD systems, fingerprinting, training, scheduling, maintaining of policies and directives, license plate readers, access to local, state, and national law enforcement databases, and investigative software. We also are requesting $85,000 for vehicle maintenance, which is down from last year. The remaining operating requests have no significant changes from last year. Before we move on to the capital request, I just asked if there's any questions for you, Mr. Lapola, regarding the operating, understanding I just highlighted some of the larger requests.
I don't.
Any questions, Mother?
Discussed already, there is not much, but, building maintenance, we discussed, so we definitely.
Microphone.
Okay, we discussed several times, you and I, and Dean, we met several times and discussed. Majority of the items are regular maintenance items. This building is so old that requires an increase. Actually, I would recommend an increased amount, because middle of the year, you all guys come back and say, hey, I need more this is falling down, that's falling down. Mr. Lapola, the PNC Bank, we purchased it so that police can come into this building together, we do something. And we also put some authorized an ordinance, bond ordinance, to fund some seed money for that. That was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. If that eventually happens, then these costs will go down.
Right.
Costs will disappear, actually.
Yeah. I've had several conversations with members of the council on the need to not only to replace the police building, but also this building. And I know the plan was to build a combined
Yes.
building. We will shortly, begin the process of presenting to the council, options, and they can make decisions in this regard. You and I have talked about this, that it's long overdue that
Yes.
that we, make those decisions, because that building is basically not salvageable. This one is barely standing up, and it's time that we invest in, except for the fire headquarters from 20 years ago, I don't think there's been any major investment in facilities, in the last 30 or 40 years.
The operating cost to maintain these, or to repair these, I should say, is like costing more than $500,000 every year on all these buildings. So
Right.
this is important that we get better value out of what we are spending.
Yeah, no, I'm in full agreement with that. So we hopefully will, the council will be able to make a decision in the next few months. That will be moving ahead one way or the other.
Okay, so softwares is what software? Your biggest costs are software, because I know everything these days is electronic.
Correct.
Right? You got to be experts in electronics too, computers and.
That's correct. Well, I'll move on to the capital.
You're going to be moving dispatch, correct?
Yeah, we're in the process of looking at it right now and getting an architect over there to evaluate the lobby area where we intend on bringing it over, and an engineer to look at everything and hopefully get that done next year, yes.
Okay.
In the dispatch also, personnel-wise, there's a lot of turnover all the time.
Yeah, I think that's a statewide issue. I think there are many municipalities that are, I was just reading something about many towns are now going to part-timers per diem just because they're desperate to fill these positions and can't get people hired who want to do it full-time.
Yeah, it's a difficult job, and the call volume and the people. We have a few that are excellent, that have been here for many years, and I credit them for all the work they've done, but it's very hard with the turnover, keeping people here, yes.
Okay.
We have to find some solution eventually, like maybe county-wide.
Yeah, I think
various-
as Deputy Chief Young mentioned, the move should help because it'll allow us to supervise them better, for one. They'll be part of the police department. They're not a mile and a half away down at the fire department, which it makes it very difficult to supervise them. And it's just better for everybody if they're in the police department. Yeah. Okay. I'll start with the capital, Mona. Okay. Regarding the 2024 capital requests, we're requesting $136,000 for facility improvements. The main concern is the building, which include the HVAC units, new boilers, and the second and third floor bathrooms. We requested $581,000 in funding to purchase IT projects, which include new handheld radios, the live scan fingerprinting machine, and the mobile vision server. The handheld radios that we currently have are no longer protected under the maintenance agreement, and Motorola does not have some of the parts to repair the radios when they break. The live scan fingerprinting machine and the mobile vision server are in the same situation as the radios, where they cannot be repaired if they are broken. We are requesting funding to purchase 5 new vehicles and the funding to equip the vehicles with the purchase of radios, lights, cameras, sirens, and the prisoner partitions. 3 of the vehicles will be designated for patrol use. 1 will be assigned to the Traffic Bureau, and a van for the tactical team and special details. We also requested to replace 1 older motorcycle assigned to the Traffic Bureau. In addition, the Traffic Bureau needs new variable mesh signs to warn motorists of new laws, changes in traffic patterns, as well as educational traffic programs. The total cost to purchase the equipment of all the vehicles, along with the cost of the new signs, would be approximately $535,000. Finally, the department's critical response team is requesting ballistic headsets for tactical communication and a hydraulic door spreader to gain access to certain doors. The total amount of these requests is $36,000.
Can I update on this radios? Last
Right.
year we did a bond ordinance to do the radios for the fire department. It's $1.3 million. It's maybe a little over $1.3 million. And this year you are only requesting for new handheld radios. But we have to eventually do the mobile radios in the cars, and they are going to cost another $1 million plus.
Yeah, we didn't put that in for this year. We put the handhelds because that's the immediate concern right now.
Right. Do you know the what's the lifetime of this other radios that you are asking, or when it's going to last another 5 years, 10 years, 1 year?
They can last for a couple more years at most. They'll be under maintenance contract.
With
Those are for the
Motorola?
car radios. In total, the handheld radios and the car radios would be a little over $1 million, but we're only asking for the handheld radios in this year's budget because of the maintenance agreement issue, where they can't repair the parts if they were to break.
We have to bid it out again, or the same?
We field tested a new brand. We field tested a new brand called Tate from another company other than Motorola, and they seem to have worked fine. And they seem to have worked fine in the field, and they're a little bit cheaper than what Motorola gave us as a quote. So we have been doing our research. And I think that the handheld radios that we're going to go with are with the cheaper company. But yeah, I don't know if they're under state contract or what, but we
We
would.
can always bid it out if it's cheaper one, if they
Yes.
match our specifications, we pick the cheapest one.
Sure, absolutely.
And there's no compatibility issues during that. We talked about this.
We didn't have any compatibility issues whatsoever.
Mr. Lapola, you mentioned traffic study for the police, right? 20 traffic studies.
Well, that is really, they've done their studies, and what we need to do is get the engineering department to do their part, which after they do their initial analysis, then there has to be an engineering study to see what is feasible and
Okay.
legal that you can make the improvements. So the issue is basically getting the funding in community services.
Public
to make
Works. Okay.
Public Works, to make sure that it's, that the follow-up is then done.
Everything will be done
Yes.
from the public, DCS, I guess, even if there's a, study cost, they will budget, I think, the study costs, and if the study may recommend some improvements, and those costs also we should take into consideration, but I am understanding from Public Works it's going to.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any questions? And the vehicles are the same, the old vehicles you're replacing and the.
Yeah, I believe Lieutenant Berardi sent you over the list of
Yes,
active vehicles we
yes.
have now. Yes, and if you need to go over with us in the future, just let us know, and we'll go over it with you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Anyone else?
I'm sorry, Maj, you have a question?
No.
Good.
We're done.
Okay.
will talk
Any
more,
follow-up, we'll
too.
talk more. I'm sure we're going to talk many times. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lapola. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Presentation by the Utilities Department.
So we can close the
Okay, as we continue the departmental budget hearings, we'll now have a presentation from the Utilities Department.
Good morning. First, we're going to talk about the parking utility. The parking utility is looking to have an increase of about 8.7%, which comes out to about $208,000. The units or the lines involved in that would be credit card fees, since we're getting a lot more credit card users as compared to coin users. Snow costs are up per event, even though we don't know how many events we'll have. If we take an estimate of the events that we've had in previous years, the costs will go up. Also, the management fees for the decks. Now we'll have a full year of the new deck being Midtown, and those management fees also went up a small increment, so you'll see an additional budget increase there. The parking utility is basically revenue-based, so it is being covered by the additional usage of parking, and also a full year of the new deck, which is getting increased in volume as far as parking. As the time goes on, we're seeing increases in revenue due to the usage of the deck. So we should be offsetting most of these costs by the additional revenues involved in parking. Also, since the pandemic is over, we're still seeing an increase in parking as things still get back to normal. We are almost at a normal rate now, and we're expecting, with the bid being quite successful, that we will see additional parking fees coming in. Next.
Can I ask a question about the credit card fees?
About what?
The credit card fees.
Credit card fees.
Are the fees paid by the user? I mean, I see, obviously from the budget, it's paid by the township also, but do they, because where I lived, if you use a credit card, it's an additional charge and they're getting the full amount, so I'm a little confused, I'm just curious.
We pay the transmission fee, right? We pay the transmission fee from the input.
Oh, my mic's on.
We pay,
Is your mic on?
yes.
Okay.
We pay part of the fee. We pay the interchange, transmission fee, I think. We pay the transmission fee, and the users will pay the interchange fee between the credit card processor and their company.
Okay. All right. And in terms of snow, do they do, well, since the garage wasn't open, but do you do a 3 or 5 year average, or just look at the sky?
Look at the sky, including a 3 and 5 year average.
We generally do for 5-year average. In the general fund, usually we try to keep $800,000 every year at least,
Right.
800 to 900. But in the last few years, because the snow was so rare, especially last year, by the time we adopted the budget, it comes like March, April, May, and everybody knows there is no snow. Hey, why are you budgeting this? There is more demand for resources than the availability of resources. It's always shifted to something else.
Okay.
Also, during the pandemic, we closed the roof off because we didn't need that parking. If we do have full decks, we will have to go up on top of the roof and empty off the snow, which is at an extreme cost to the utility.
Right.
We prefer to keep it closed.
Right. And what percentage are we at now in terms of usage? You and I had 67%, I was told?
But this year?
Yeah.
I don't think we're anywhere near 67% this year.
I thought that's what you, I may have
Are you talking about the complete budget or
Yeah.
snow?
complete.
Oh, complete budget, yes, but not the snow.
I'm not talking about snow, I'm talking about parking usage.
Oh, parking usage?
It depends upon the deck. Some decks are 100%,
Certain
close
decks,
to-
like the Crescent deck, is used a lot, and then you could go down to Bay, which is basically a commuter lot, and then we would go to Midtown, which is still developing into a larger usage as time goes on.
And the biggest cost of these, other than the snow, the biggest cost for the parking utility is the credit card fees.
How many different apps do we use?
Use Park Mobile, Flowbird, IPS, ITS, and that TIBA Gate, right? TIBA Gate. That I remember, but I have to look.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at adding potentially more to give the
Flowbird.
users options, because some fees are lower than others. So, but a lot of the users like the certain apps that they use, meaning like a Flowbird app, because they use it in the city also at the same time, or Park Mobile is very popular also.
And another big cost is the repairs to those off-street meters. Those are really expensive. We have to ship it to California and get them.
So the parking lots, we're looking in the future to do more pay stations, to get rid of some of those meters. Previously, people liked putting the coins in the meters. It almost appears to be generational. So as people are progressing, we're seeing a lot more credit card uses than the coins. Previously, it was much higher usage of coins. When the pandemic started, people did not want to touch the coins, so then credit card usage went up and stayed up. So right now, we're actually a higher percentage of credit cards than we are with actual coins.
We are continuously negotiating the credit card fees too. It's hard to change. I know it's connectivity changes and even the apps. When we install the Park Mobile, it's a huge undertaking.
Also includes a lot of signs, promotions, all that stuff has to get done. So the end user has an experience that's a good one, and this way that people now
So
have.
do we have, how many pay stations do we have now?
Pay stations.
Pay station's very new. Pay stations
Stations
are
are
the
relatively
value
new.
tech and
We have about 14 out there, and we're going to be buying more this year. They weren't available. We're having, with all the utilities, electronics are an issue, ordering electronic devices. And you'll hear more about that in the water. Even generators right now, anything over 500 kW, they're looking at 18 to 24 months minimum.
Right, we
For
talked about
anything.
this, right?
we have meters are like close 1,000 meters we have.
Wow,
Okay, can we go?
sounds very inefficient.
But we are one of the efficient because we are one of the first towns that implemented these meters. Other than before that, we used to have these coins and the permits. People
Yeah.
used to come by.
Which is why I love we have pay stations on streets, and people get used to it very quickly.
Yeah, but you need to have space and the park. Our planning board have to do whatever they need
Of
to
course.
do. Yes. We do, we'll try.
It's
whatever
never as
needs to
simple as
be.
just putting pay stations
Yes.
up.
Right.
Yes.
Parking lots, absolutely. So parking lots
Yeah.
will be the first thing to
Right.
be done, and then we'll look at the more business areas and go there. But, having 3 meters in a certain location it's not economical to put a pay station there.
Right.
So there is a rhyme and reason to
And
certain areas.
I just wanted to thank you because there are now 22 more bicycle, I don't even know what you call those things, but
That's for locking up the bicycles
locking up your
against
bikes
the
on a
mirrors.
meter, so 22
Good.
more were installed in the last few weeks. So, thank you.
With regard to professional services, Gary, the only thing is parking deck management.
Yes, parking deck management, which we just renewed.
Right, right. And any engineering and all, if it's any project related, then we do it as part of the project to the capital.
Correct, but we also do the evaluation on the structural of certain, of the deck, especially.
Thank you.
Especially of the Fullerton deck. We like to reevaluate that. That is the oldest deck, so we like to go through that every few years to make sure there's no issues occurring there, and do any repairs as soon as possible before it gets any worse. So next, we'll go to the sanitary sewer budget, which is relatively flat. One of the bigger increases would be the Passaic Valley Sewer Commission, which is our treatment. Currently, it's $5 million. We are expecting an additional percentage on that. I have not reached out to them yet. They're not done with their budget, obviously. But that also is offset by the treatment charge on the sewer bill. So basically, the sewer bill is built into that, meaning the first quarter, how much water you use, would take the full year, divide that by gallon into the complete charge from Passaic Valley Sewer Commission, and that becomes the treatment charge for the users. And that way, that number would be an increase in the sewer costs built in, not into the budget. But it is a number that could very well go up. Other than that, sewer will be relatively flat, besides the regular statutory things of salaries, pensions, and benefits. Well, I'll do sewer, you want to do capital at the end?
No, each utility, if you do the capital along with the
Oh, okay.
more understandable.
Okay. For sanitary sewers, we will be doing a flusher truck garage We have to install a new garage because the flusher truck has to maintain water in it if there's any backups during the night, especially during the winter. And it's a $325,000 truck. We want to protect our investment. Also, sanitary sewer pipe lining. So basically, we go in, re-sleeve any sanitary lines as we are going along. So basically, a tube that is a epoxy cloth tube goes in, it gets superheated, and then becomes a structural liner in the sanitary sewer. When we do that, it actually increases the C factor, which actually makes it able to flow additional flows and also stops any, what we call I&I, inflow and infiltration of groundwater or anything else getting into the sanitary line. So also that's increasing capacity. And we also don't have to dig up the roads, as long as that pipe is initially sized properly, which most of them are. The problem is they're old, they're starting to crack. So what we do is we go in, cut all the roots out, check for all the laterals, meaning the homes that go into the sanitary sewer line. We'll survey that, GIS each one, then go in, put a structural tube liner through. So now from manhole to manhole becomes a new structural liner, good for another 100 years. And we're not digging up the street trying to save our money. And if we do have to replace any lines, we try to work with Public Works or Department of Community Services on their road restoration projects. We don't want to rip up the road twice, so we try to look at their 5-year program, and same thing with water. We try to look at where they're going, so we go there, and then they pave the road the next year instead of us going back twice. So we also follow the county with that same objective of not paving roads multiple times, because we came in, then gas came in, and then everyone else. We try to get everyone in there to do the improvements before we pave and curb the roads. Also for that, we also do what we call manhole rehabilitation. We usually start off at anything that is actually falling down. We've had bricks in our sanitary sewer line because we have a lot of brick chimneys, meaning the bottom of the manhole has a invert with a deck, and then it goes up a chimney and then ends up with a manhole. So the top manholes you've been seeing changed. We usually cut diamonds so you can see the difference in the street. That is a sanitary line. That stops rainwater from dripping in because we don't want to treat rainwater or flow any rainwater. That's stormwater, not sanitary. Then we go down that tube, meaning the chimney of the manhole. We spray that with a epoxy grout, and that stops any water, groundwater, coming into the sanitary line because we want to maintain our capacity, and we also don't want, we'll restructure those lines. And then at the bottom, if we can, we'll line through certain ones and cut it off, so this way you have a monolithic tube going through it, and it doesn't catch on anything. We have to clean our lines less and also keeping the roots out of our lines. We will need another pickup truck. The pandemic caused us not to get vehicles for multiple years. We had canceled trucks, and we have to maintain our fleet because people expect us to be out there when there is an issue. We don't want to have a vehicle problem. And also at a certain point, a vehicle has so many useful life hours, and then it becomes more of a cost than replacing it. Now we'll go to parking real quick because we didn't do parking capital. We are looking at installing additional what we call blue lights and camera. That's security. If someone has a problem, there's a blue light, you hit the button, and it goes right to the police. We're going to install additional meters and pay stations. LED lighting, mostly for Crescent and Bay Street. They're older decks. A lot of lights are incandescent. They're old. So they'll be changed out for better lumens and LEDs. And a lot of them now, the newer ones, are actually motion-based, so if there's no motion, they'll dim, and then they'll re-brighten as you drive by. Deck improvements, we're looking at $250,000. There's some structural repairs we like to make, and any concrete sparring we like to go through, break it out, replace it. Also, bumpers, meaning repainting the decks. We have a lot of graffiti issues. We like to keep them clean, power washed. We want to make our decks, they're a large investment when they're initially purchased. We want to keep them in proper shape. And then we will go to the water utility. So the water utility is a whole nother animal, and we'll talk about that. One of the largest items on the water utility is our purchased water. I was on the phone with North Jersey District this morning. They're looking at no larger than a 10% increase. but on a number of, I believe, purchase order last year was over 2 million, 1.9 million. So that'll be an increase of about 210,000. Water utility will be basically flat again. A lot of our issue is electronics. We can't get electronics. As we talked about before with capital, generators right now, anything over 500 kW or closer to a megawatt, you're looking at 18 to 24 months minimum. So if I ordered it tomorrow, I wouldn't see it for 2 years. Also, variable frequency drives. So those what we use to power our pumps. What they are is we take the hertz from the electric, which is a 60 hertz item. We can actually reduce the hertz through a VFD drive, and we can have the pump ride the curve, so we can maintain a pressure when we're either filling or allowing a drop in the tanks for water quality. Those electronics right now they're telling me on a 500 horsepower motor, which is a 9 million gallon a day pump, we're talking between 7 to 14 months if I ordered one tomorrow. So we're having a lot of issue. Also, our program logic controllers, PLCs, that is, we use that for our SCADA system, which is our supervisory control and data acquisition. So the township knows what the levels are, what the pressures are. It controls the drives. It allows us to maintain water quality by dropping the tanks and increasing the tanks. So we're not keeping water for a long time, because as water sits in tanks, trihalomethanes and haloacetic acids form. So we always want to exchange that water, keep it fresh. We also want to keep our chlorine residual up. So what we do is we bring the tanks to a full level, and then at night, when the power is cheaper, we refill them. So during the day, we drop the tanks. At night, we fill them, trying to maintain price per kilowatt hour. From the hours of 10 p.m. till 8 a.m., price per kilowatt hour drops. So that's when we try to do most of our pumping. During the summer, we can't avoid that, but during the winter, sometimes we can ride the whole day without pumping during the day, just a minimal amount to maintain certain pressures in certain zones. Another thing that we're in the middle of, as far as budget, is construction and maintenance supply. We got a lot of material in, because during the pandemic we couldn't get material and it all sat, and then they delivered it all at once. So we just finished our interconnection at Grove Street with Passaic Valley Water Commission. That was a 20-inch line. Last time when the 72-inch broke from North Jersey District, we had a lot of issues. We just finished about 80% of the interconnection with Passaic Valley Water Commission, so we'll be able to pump between 5 to 8 million gallons a day from our alternate supply now. So we'll basically be able to switch the pump station over to an alternate supply off a 51-inch that's located in Clifton. So what happened last time should not happen again. Obviously, the wells with the PFAS, we have to do carbon treatment for the removal of the PFAS. The DEP is looking at changing the maximum contaminant level from 13. The EPA is looking at a level of 4. If they go down to 4 parts per trillion, the price or the amount of carbon exchanges or any other type of epoxy exchanges that we would have to do would have to be done more often, so we don't have a excursion of a higher MCL than the 4 parts per trillion. Right now at 13, we can actually exhaust. There's 2 vessels full of carbon. So we got vessel 1, which is your primary, and vessel 2 become your polisher for the water. And when we sample raw vessel 1, vessel 2. So we're looking at the rate of exchange or of removal from each vessel. If they lower it down to 4, we'd either have to add an additional vessel so we can completely exhaust vessel 1, because 13 allows us some play on vessel 1, and then we can go to vessel 2 to polish the water before it goes into the point of entry into the distribution system, which people consume. If we have a level of 4 parts per trillion, most likely we'll have to find another method, either adding an additional vessel, so we can completely exhaust vessel 1 carbon before we exchange it, and then go from vessel 2 to be the final, and then 3 as the polisher. Each vessel exchange right now is at $50,000 for carbon. And we have the 2 wells active right now, Glenfield and Lorraine. And we are working right now with the EPA and the DEP on doing Ranwell, which should probably be online in beginning to end of '25. That will include an additional exchange of perchlorates, because that was found in that well, and we will be adding a exchange there to remove the perchlorates at the same time. So we'll be doing PFAS and perchlorates at that site. That site is also 400 gallons a minute, which is approximately 500,000 gallons a day. That will go online, and that also offsets any additional water that we take from North Jersey District. North Jersey District, when we pump that water, goes out of the aqueduct into the distribution system at Grove Street, and some water is actually pumped twice. Basically, from Grove Street up will be pumped twice from the Watchung Avenue pump station. The Rand well, it goes directly into the system.
So once the Rand well comes online, what's the difference? What is the reduction we will have in the North Jersey contract?
So it's not
About
always a
200,000?
reduction, once again, depending on the weather, but it'll actually pump less out of North Jersey District, because you never want to over-allocate, because there's fees for that.
Yeah.
So generally, what we'll do is, we won't turn on the wells because the price per gallon goes up, but you don't need them all year round. So we have an allocation out of North Jersey District. We try to exhaust and use that because we're paying for it whether we take it or not. And then once we get close to that, we'll start adding on the wells. Because we never want to over-allocate, but we also, since we have to pay for it, whether we take it or not, we always try to take that water first. But once you go over it, there's obviously a fine of over-allocating North Jersey District. So we have to slowly place the wells online to do that. But you also don't want to so certain pressure zones cost more to pump because of the height. So at the Watchung Avenue pump station, in our high pressure zone, you'll be pumping up against the head of 160 PSI, but the middle pressure zone is 75 PSI. So it takes more electricity and horsepower to pump the water against the higher pressure zones. So the wells in those pressure zones not being pumped twice are actually a little more economical to push into that. So strategically, you want to go by the carbon, right? With the carbon exchange rate, how much PFAS you're removing and how often we're exchanging that, to the pumping head of each pump station, and then also the over-allocation of North Jersey District. So there's multiple factors you have to look at, because system demand is system demand. If people are sprinkling or using more water because it's August and a drought, we have to meet that demand.
With the new services that will help, I'm sorry in distracting you,
Okay.
probably the revenues part. Any new services are continuously getting added, and they need more water too. So this will help the and also, can you tell me estimation how many new services you'll be doing, because we budget?
I haven't looked at the new services. We're looking obviously at Lackawanna Plaza. That would be the next one. But that is not an issue. So when you look at allocation, so what we're talking about is system demand, peak day or peak month, and what we have as far as allocation permit.
Right.
Right now, we have additional water. So the Rand well is still
additional
included.
as of now.
Right now, you have
But
plenty
if
of
we
water.
have more demand, new services, and then you need more, that you are thinking with the Rand well, that the demand, the supply will be sufficient to meet the.
No, the Rand well's
anticipated
included in all
demand.
these calculations already. But the Rand well's included in the calculation already. That's existing. What happens is, with the wells, you actually have the option of not turning them on, which is the
Right.
nice part. If I
Right.
bought additional water from North Jersey District, I'm paying for it whether I take it or not. But
Right,
the wells, I
right,
don't have to
but
turn
the
on.
North Jersey is capped at a certain level.
Right now, it is
But you will
capped.
go over that cap if you have more demand, like more services.
Well, that is a two-pronged question, because what we're also always looking at is unaccounted for water, right? You have a 100-year-old system with over 100 miles. So the more services we change, the more pipe we exchange, potentially, if you have any leaks, I fix those. Those are what we call unaccounted for water. So what we do is we do leak surveys to fix any leaks or services that are actually losing water. The more main you put in, the less leaks you have. You're actually gaining allocation because that's unmetered water that you're losing. So once again, capital improvement helps unaccounted for water generally. As we changed out services for lead and copper rule, when we did the town side in the late 90s and early 2000s, we found a lot of leaking services. Even if it's a gallon a minute, you exchange 1,000 of them, now you got 1,000 gallons a minute that we're saving. Because leaks don't ever stop, right? 24/7, they're gonna leak. So the more water main we change out, potentially the more water we're actually gaining because it's not leaking out no more. You're always gonna lose water somewhere, but you can minimize that by doing leak surveys, changing out water main, changing out services.
Along with that changing out, do you want to also talk about the lead?
Lead and copper?
Mhm.
That's a whole
The
other, yeah,
pipe
we could talk about that.
replacements.
That's gonna be capital.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Gary, before you move on, I have a water question. Once the grand well comes online, will that affect the wheeling rates that we charge on the well?
Has nothing to do with Glen Ridge.
But I'm saying the wheeling rate, if the well,
Yeah.
but we get more inflow and we don't have to use.
So Glen Ridge's wheeling rate is actually metered at the interconnection with Glen Ridge and Montclair. So Ranwell has nothing to do with that because we're metering it at the 3 locations where it goes into Glen Ridge.
The Glen Ridge, that's, Michael may know. The shared service agreement we worked in beginning of the year. And the agreement expired a long time ago. We worked in the beginning of the year, we came to an agreement, and then are you anticipating it's going to be tied up and be ready in 2024? What's the situation?
There's no reason why it shouldn't be. I don't think Glen Ridge has everything yet, but, I mean, the cost is the cost, how we do it or don't do
Not
it.
the wheeling, I'm not talking about.
I know, we're
the
talking
wheeling.
about the actual shared services as
Yes.
far as helping Glen Ridge or working with Glen Ridge to be a licensed operator.
Managing their utility, yeah.
Well, they'll either agree with the price or not, and if there's negotiations, that won't be up to me, but
But
that'll,
the new rates were implemented back in the spring?
the new rates are done
That's
already.
for the wheeling. That's for
For
the,
the
we have
wheeling.
2 agreements with Glen Ridge. One is a wheeling. Wheeling rate is just, they're using our water and
Right.
they charge. And
No,
the
we're
second
moving their
one-
water for
Oh,
them.
okay.
But
are
we
moving
don't
their
have a
water.
signed contract yet, though, right?
We do not, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
And then the second one is for Gary to manage their utility.
Right.
That's the agreement. It is expired and we don't
Okay.
have any.
I have not seen that, so want to get me a copy of the proposal?
Mm-hmm. All right, so back to water. We did allocation, we talked about PFAS.
I think you have 3 minutes.
I have
think.
3 minutes.
I don't know.
No, it goes to 11, 45
Oh,
minutes.
11, okay.
So back to
We must
elect,
have set the record for the 2 days.
so also in water, sampling will be a big thing. This calendar year, UCMR5, which is Unregulated Contaminant Rule Monitoring Rule, UCMR5, will be going into effect. We will have to look, the EPA is going to send us a bunch of different new contaminants that we will have to go and test for throughout the United States, and then we're not the only utility that does it, and then they will look at new rules for new contaminants. There is obviously a cost factor to this. So last year, we had to do the PFAS treatment. Since we had the new treatment at Lorraine Well come online, there was a huge expenditure for that. And we'll also have to do that for UCMR5. So that cost will offset each other, because we can do it quarterly now for Lorraine Well.
So the grants we are getting, what are they used for, what grants we got, and what there maybe public can know, or Mr. LaPole know. One grant is definitely you applied, we haven't received yet for the lead grant.
So we have applied for the lead grant, which they have been in contact with me about, because what we're doing is we're exchanging meters, and at that time, they're checking for lead in the material on both sides. So when they do that, we're getting a better inventory of what the lead situation is throughout the township of Montclair. So we're changing out the meters, and then we're getting a better inventory. Once we have that better inventory, we can make a better decision on how we will move forward with lead and how big or small the issue
When do we
truly
know,
is.
approximately?
So right now, we're out to bid for 1,200 installations. We had approximately 1,600 unknowns. So the first bid came in cheaper because the second bid of the last 400 will be more expensive, because that's what they call the cleanup. That's the more difficult account to get into. So when you give a vendor, 1,800 accounts and say get 12 to 1,400, that's easily done, and you get a much better price. So the last, 300-400 are always the hardest, and they charge more for those. So what we'll do is we'll go out again, and we'll actually probably have to put in ordinances about shut-offs and additional costs to get into those homes to get that kind of inventory. There is a statute we have to have lead services completed by 2030. So we need to get this done. Right now, we're in the phase of, inventory, getting an accurate inventory, because most of our cards, previously, we only were worried between the main and the curb, never from the curb to the home. So we did almost 90%, 95% of the main to the curb, but never even looked at the homeowner side because they were the owner. In the end, council will have to make a decision of how they want to move forward with the private property issues. Whether they want to do a rebate, how they want to do it, that will be a decision to be made. But you can't make a good decision until you have an inventory to see what the true cost of something like this would be. So that's why we're doing the meter exchange outs right now, getting a much better inventory of our unknowns. And then I can come to council with a much better approach on how much it's going to cost and what it really looks like. Meanwhile, I also applied for grants, $4 million, because you get half principal forgiveness. So I did multiple years of $4 million of the lead services, which they are starting to talk to us about for next year.
Right.
Anything else?
No, thank you, sir. Any more
Okay.
questions? Not on Majda?
Gary,
No?
when you did the salary and wage and the parking utilities, did you consider you guys assuming the overnight?
Yes.
Yes,
Two
we
new
included
people.
3 part-timers for the overnights.
Gary, we are putting 2 new for the night,
What's that?
right? Night enforcement.
3.
3, okay.
Because if one person calls in sick, then you can't enforce.
Right.
We
So we
talked
did-
about, we talked about this yesterday,
We
but
did.
they're part-time, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Part-time.
part-time.
No, not at this point. You can be here. There was notice given. It was posted and advertised on the website, I believe. It was, I believe, on Friday, I'm not sure.
I will post on the website.
Yes. But we met all statutory requirements, so.
We done?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
so we have 11 o'clock. Recreation.
Smile, you smile, you're on camera.
Literally on candid
Yeah.
camera.
Well, it's a good day to have a baby. My son's birthday is today. Yeah. I remember when he was born, so I went in, I had the longest labor, but I won't tell. So my husband says the day before.
You're on. You're on. Unless you want all of Montclair to hear that story. Okay, as we resume our departmental budget hearings, Michelle Camerata from Recreation.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Is the light on?
There, okay. Good morning. Okay, so I'm here to present my wants and needs for our Recreation and Cultural Affairs budget. Just to give you a little brief background on first I'll start with our recreation programs. We have been adding programs to our department. This past year, we added middle school rec basketball league, which happened in town. All of our other leagues happened, and kids were traveling. We felt the need that if children didn't make a travel team, that we still had something for them to do. We had a tremendous turnout. We've added ultimate frisbee, and we're hoping to put together a girls flag football team for the spring. So these are some of the 3 new programs that we have. We've actually applied for a grant for our flag program for some of the equipment. We're waiting to hear on that. Even if it's flags and helmets, it would be greatly appreciated. With the recreation program and adding programs, of course, our supply needs go up. And as we all know in the world today, everything has had a huge increase. We're seeing the most increase in our equipment and our uniforms, especially with our baseball and football programs. Prices have gone crazy, and we try our best to find the best pricing, as always, but it just seems to be across the board. Stuff that we could get normally in the past for $10 for a t-shirt, now suddenly is $15, $16. So the request kind of reflects that as well. Our sports officials, which or either our referees and umpires, those have also seen a huge increase. Sadly, these people do not want to come out and officiate youth games if they're not paid what they're paid at the high school level. I hate to say this, but it's actually worse to be at a youth program than it is at the high school. So we've had to, and this is across the board, and this is in our leagues, that we've had to increase the fees paid to our officials as well to get them to come and do games. We have, however, tapped into our teenage population here in town and gotten some of them on to do our little kids rec baseball program, softball. When we can use them for football, we do, so that kind of keeps the cost down. But anything else when it comes to travel, especially at our middle school levels, we need to pay those fees. We also have had an increase. All of our coaches, whether they're paid or volunteer, have received CPR training. Okay, so if you're on our staff, if you're volunteering, you have to have CPR training, which we are providing. So once again, the cost was up because we had to pay for each person's certification. But in light of what has happened in our world out there, we need this as far as safety. We also have acquired, we're up to 8 defibrillators that we have. So they're out on the sites, whether we're out in the parks having something, we're in a school, our pools have them, and all of our staff is CPR trained. So that's something in there. I guess I'll move on to our pools, okay? So on our pool line items, once again, things have gone up. Our chemicals have increased. the cost. Luckily enough, there was a chemical shortage a couple years, I think it was last year, and because we've dealt with the same vendor and he's been the lowest price, we actually were very lucky and didn't have to go otherwise to go out shopping for chemicals. So bear in mind, we have 3 pools to operate with with chemicals, which is 3 times the cost for everything. Let's see, Nishuane, we're waiting. I believe the contract has not been awarded. It's going to be undergoing a renovation happening at that pool site. So we're just waiting to hear on that. Hopefully, I would like to request for some capital pool furniture, if indeed that happens.
I believe that at the last council meeting, they did award the.
They did award it?
did
Okay, I'm
award it.
just waiting. I know I talked with Susan from Community Services, so I'll have to meet with that. So if that definitely comes, yes.
Whatever you requested, I have the request from last year, that line item request for the whole entire pool renovation. Pool renovations, I have capital request from last year, from Steve Wood. I believe he checked with you, and I have the line items clearly estimated each item.
Yeah.
And I put in we did the ordinance for Nishuane and Essex pool. So together is $700,000. That was the estimate given to me. And in addition, we also got, our engineering department applied for a grant, local communities, recreational communities grant, $100,000 we got for that too. That will also be used for the pools. So to my understanding, both Nishuane and Essex pools are taken care of.
Okay, I'm going to have to check, but I don't think that's the way it came in. I think just as far as the funding and what the actual cost is, I think we're only going to be able to do 1 pool.
Right. So
My recollection on the bid was that we bid it on the alternative, so we did 1 pool
at a time.
or the other pool, or both pools, and the award was for Nishuane.
So
I believe that was the ordinance, am I correct, Susan?
the
right.
ordinance is for both pools.
I know it is, but we only awarded the contract to repair, to do the 1 pool.
So you're saying if
Am I-
estimation to actuals is significantly different? Actuals came very high, almost double than the estimated cost.
Right, so we, right. There wasn't enough money to do both, so they awarded the contract for Nishuane alone, for
The
now.
actuals came so much higher than the estimation,
Right.
Yes.
You know, that-
double. That's unusual, yeah.
Mm.
So we
Yeah.
have to estimate.
And if we
better
really
how much.
truly, were able to grant our wish list and have it really nice, it was it was off the charts of what it could do. So with that being said, I don't know if Steve put in for furniture, for any kind of pool furniture,
Is it last year or this year? you're talking
last
about?
year.
Last year, whatever is, we discussed it, and we,
Okay.
all 3 of us discussed it and finalized the ordinance.
Okay, yeah, because with that, I have just a couple of, I went out and got, just a couple quotes from the company that we normally use. I think we're looking at anywhere from maybe $25,000 in capital to replace,
Did you submit the capital request? I did not yet.
29,000 if we get the current, what we're using right now. I didn't send this to you?
No.
Okay, I have a copy. So about 29,000, that would be for bases, lounges, chairs, and umbrellas at
Okay, can you
Nishuane. And then what we will do is
please.
take that furniture and disperse it at the other pools until they're ready to be renovated as well.
This is for 1 pool, the 29?
pool.
1 pool, okay.
1 pool. Okay, we also have, there's a line item also too for the credit card, the service fees, which we really have no control. So most of our programs, everything that you can do in recreation that you have to pay a fee, you can do it by credit card. You can do it by credit card, whether you buy pool passes, whether you register for a program, that kind of stuff. So that stuff, we can't negotiate the credit card fees on it. Okay, I'm going to move down into cultural affairs programs, which have they've started booming. We were in that little bit of a lull for a while with COVID, and now we're back and going. So our 4th of July parade was probably one of the biggest in years and years. We had over 10 bands and paid performers in the parade. So that budget, I had requested an increase in that last year, which we received, and it was completely spent. And then with the help of the 4th of July Committee, which is an established 501(c) nonprofit, they go out and try to get donations for other things that happen during the parade. So that's a Herculean task with a lot going on, but Montclair is probably, I believe it's one of 2 municipalities in the state of New Jersey with a parade, so we're happy to put that forward. We also are working in conjunction with the Wellmont Arts Plaza space, where there's things happening out there once a month, which is a new space that we did not have before. So that's why there's an increase in cultural affairs programming. Okay, so that's what is happening within our department as far as supplies and increases. I also have requested a salary increase, a position increase for someone who's been on staff for over 30 years with us, and then to bring on another activities events coordinator. For a long time, I feel our department has been grossly understaffed for what is happening out in the community. There's a lot of times you just cannot get the volunteers anymore that we used to get. It's just the way of the world. We even have to sometimes threaten to stop programming if we can't get someone to coach a team or help us in any way. We hate to do that, because if we start paying everyone, especially coaches, the cost will rise for our programs, and we never, we want to keep those costs down because we want everyone participating in our programs. So I believe with that happening full-time in our office, we can kind of offset some of the volunteers that we used to get to help us.
So, Mr. LaFolla, for your information, the July 4th parade, we spent $37,621, $40,000 of township funded.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask,
Go ahead.
Michelle, summer youth employment, we budgeted, but we haven't used. Are you going to use? Why we haven't used?
We did not
Changing?
use that line item for youth employment, and the reason being, because all of our, for summer employment, all of our summer help, especially for our camp programs, they need to be 18 years old because they need to be background checked. So many of the kids that were involved in this employment program were still in high school, so you can't run a background check on a minor who's in school. So they were dispersed throughout the township doing other things, but in recreation, we did not have the need for the youth employment to happen. So for council, anyone working with our kids, whether it be our sports programs, day camp, that kind of stuff, they have to be over 18. For the pools, we do hire under the age of 18 because at 15, they're able to be lifeguard certified. They do not run through a background check if they're lifeguard certified. However, we do put them on staff. So we kind of use some of that money because we are paying for lifeguard certifications for our youth to kind of entice them to come take these jobs. And we were able to actually man all 3 swimming pools this summer without, saying we did not have enough staff and so on and so forth. So we kind of gave them incentive. We said, we'll pay for your certification if you stay on staff with us. So I think that's more with that line item.
So you're saying you're not going to do summer youth program this 2024 as well, because nothing's is spent. It's the entire 15,000 we budgeted is in there as of now. So
Well-
we are you don't want that program next year. That's what you're saying, because you can't do.
Well, for our use, I wasn't able to use that. So they provide, we go out to a proposal, and it's a group that will come in and train the youth, okay? If they could come in and train them and especially for the pools and give them certification and that kind of stuff, I could use it. But to bring in a 16-year-old and train them in the workforce,
So
For us,
you
I can't
don't
use
want
it.
that line, but instead that money you want to add it to the training program.
I want to train, yes.
Okay,
So we're
so
paying
that-
for
okay.
certification, CPRs, and that kind of
No
stuff.
summer youth program, but add it to the certification and training program. Got it.
Yeah, we do our best, so sometimes, we're up against, they were paying $15 minimum wage at a grocery store to bag when, and, we could not. So we've raised our rates, but we wanted to give them some incentive to stay on with us or come back every year. Trust me, I was a lifeguard. Summer jobs were always where you wanted to go and be, and sadly enough, that's not the way anymore. But we were able to retain a lot of staff this year. The other problem we fall into sometimes is that, well, most of the time, by the beginning of August, we lose our college kids going back, and by mid-August, we lose our high school kids because they're going to fall sports. So then we're reliant on a small fraction of the staff. So even with that, we still had to go down to 2 pools, which is better than closing all of them. So we were able to staff 2 pools from, I believe it was August 17th till Labor Day with that, so.
Email me which line item you want that to move, okay? Because currently you put in the summer youth.
The summer youth, I think that would probably, not
I
recreation.
can create it. separate
Yeah.
line.
Somehow do it certifications,
Okay.
because the lifeguarding certification is only good for 2 years. So with that, even though we've paid for some lifeguard certifications, we can't actually say to them this year, you have to come back with us. It's kind of like a gentleman's agreement, like, we paid for your certification, please come back, but they can do with it what they want because it's issued to them. It's issued to them. So with the hope that, they got the opportunity to work, we will be able to retain some of that staff that we did pay for their certifications or research. Some of them come back and need the recertification. Excuse me? Lessons? Oh, no. So, well, we do start at 15, they're only 15 years old. They're 15 and it's their first job. I know. So this part I will tell you, we are in the Suburban Essex Recreation Group. So we meet with all different departments throughout the area, and we kind of, once again, have a little agreement between us that one of us is not going to pay more money than the rest because you have kids jumping from town to town. So we sit down pre-season, usually like in February, and say, okay, what is going to be the rate? And of course, every year when they come back, they get a raise and get more money, and there's some incentives for them to work. But yeah, so we kind of do that, because there was one instance, I won't name the municipality, but we lost quite a few of our lifeguards because they were paying probably, I think, $4 or $5 an hour more one summer. So we've kind of put a cap. Yeah, it got crazy. I mean, there was a lifeguard shortage across the board, not just here in Essex County. There were water parks that had to shut down nationally. There were beaches closed. It was just something that was beyond our control.
Do you have any other questions? Thank you, Michelle. And I just want to point out to the public, anyone listening, is that all of the services that she mentioned that they provide, that department has a total of 5 employees who do all of that. And I don't think there's any department here who does more for less.
Oh, thank
So
you.
they do a phenomenal
Thank you.
job. And the fact that they have only 5 people there, we're hopefully 6 soon, and we can give them some more funding, but they do provide a tremendous service to the township.
Yeah, it would be.
True that during COVID, the recreation budget was slashed in half?
We did not run the polls.
Yes, we ran the pools. What happened is we went into a little bit of a pause when, schools closed, and we kind of said, okay, we can't do anything. And that was under, the state that had come in. But by the beginning of June, at that time, believe it or not, we only had 3 employees, 3. And I said to the other gentleman in my department, we need to make this work, and we need to make this work for the kids. So we did all of our programs outside, and then in July, we got the lift of that we could open a pool, okay? I think it was, no, we opened 2, I'm sorry. We opened 2 pools under the regulations. There was 90-minute swim times and limited that. So I have to say, I'm the most proudest of us during our COVID time, because we did just not sit down and say we couldn't do anything. A lot of departments said, oh, well, we can't go inside, we can't do this. We carried on, and we did what we could do. Even 4th of July, we did the reverse parade and just drove through the town to express, our gratitude for our first responders. So we never stop. We never stop in rec.
Seasonals also. It was very hard for us to get seasonals.
Yeah, no, and we had, it got a little crazy, but hopefully that will never happen again.
Well, thank you.
Comment about the wrestling. My son is in the Montclair, this is totally anecdotal. My son is in the Montclair wrestling rec team.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it's all volunteers, but I will share one very dangerous situation that happened. And usually my husband takes my stuff because I don't like wrestling. But I stayed, and there was one coach, Coach White, for all the 50 kids. I don't know, this was a big, last year was a bigger team.
Mm-hmm.
And it was complete chaos and mayhem. And I guess the other 3 coaches couldn't make it. I don't know if we have one employee or they're.
No, I believe we have 3 coaches on staff for our wrestling program, but there's different divisions, whether they be the younger kids or the older kids, and sometimes if there's a meet somewhere else. We do ask again that okay. All right, just if something like that happens in the future, just give us a call the next day so we're alerted of it in the office. Sometimes a coach doesn't want to say, oh, I couldn't handle this, or the other 2 couldn't make it tonight, whether they were not feeling well. Just let us know.
Well, the kid got hurt and practice and needed to go get stitches. And then the other kids, it was really chaotic and not a safe environment for the
Okay.
kids. So I didn't know if it was all volunteers or what that.
We have a couple paid, as I said, and then the rest are volunteers, because if we had to pay the entire coaching staff, it would probably be about $1,000 to wrestle. So we rely on our volunteers as well. But yeah, just give us a call. We're pretty receptive in
There's one more thing about the wrestling. So I know they fundraise, and it usually happens to the parents that get more things for the kids, but we did attend a couple events. One of them, I think, was in Nutley, where they made money. Like, it was an event where they paid for it, and they had all these different matches. How come you don't do that?
Once again, we don't have the volunteers. So those, believe it or not, those municipalities, Nutley has a tremendous wrestling program, and the volunteers there, whether their parents, step up to the plate and say, hey, listen, this is what we want to do. We want our kids to have jackets, sweatpants, all that kind of stuff. And it's because either they do a bake sale or arrange to have something there. So once again, we can put forth the program, we can get the coaches for it, but after that, and keep the costs nominal, but after that, you go out into the world and see what some places do, and I don't know why some of the locations are unbelievable of what they have, their facilities, and even their program. So Nutley is one of them that is creme de la creme. I hate to say it, but their parents are very, very involved in the Nutley wrestling program.
Is there a location that the Montclair parents can host something like that in Montclair? Like host an event where there's all of these matches?
Well, we secure the gym from the Board of Education for our matches. I guess I have Garland in the room. He's one of our activities coordinators, where so the schedule is made throughout the Suburban League of doing that. But I know that they do those, what are they called, tri-county matches. So they invite many, many teams. But there again, we can get the gym space, but you need a lot of people to help with that event. Checking at the table, I know, you know what it's like. You know. You know what it's like.
And I have one more comment. In the past, pre-COVID, the camps for the kids used to have a weekly trip. And I haven't seen that happen. And I will say my kid participated during COVID just because it was outside and it was safer. But I felt disappointed for the kids whose parents can't afford anything else, because it really didn't feel like a great program. And luckily my kids are privileged and we can afford on the parents. And it is a little hard to you know, the camp is really lacking, and that's one thing that was so fun in the past. That's great.
And I'm in agreement. We had paused the trips because of COVID, and when we came back and we're back to a full day, of course, all the cost has risen for buses. Sometimes you cannot even get transportation. I will tell you this, from planning the 4th of July parade, there was a high school band that could not come to us because they could not get transportation. We found that even going on those trips, we were leaving the camp around 9:30 in the morning and getting back at 3:30, 3 o'clock, 3:30 for the pickup. Most of the time was spent out on the road, either in traffic. Then when we checked in at some of these sites, it was, you know, so disorganized that we felt that when they got to wherever they went to, they only had about an hour and a half, and now the cost has risen. Some places went up to $30, $35 per child. So we're working on finding alternatives. We were thinking about possibly bringing stuff into us. You know, they have these like two-man shows, and they'll bring inflatables and that kind of stuff, and maybe just kind of stay very local with our trips, Turtleback Zoo and that kind of stuff. But it was the transportation costs that, and admission costs that really drove the prices up. As you know, we keep our camp prices down as well. So we're going to work on that. I know the trips were fan favorites.
Okay, all right, well, thank you, Michelle, and
welcome.
we will resume at 11:45. Good morning, everyone. We're going to resume our departmental budget hearings. We will now hear from Susan McKenna, who is the acting director of the Department of Community Services.
Hello, good morning. I'm going to start with the operating budget. Not having had a lot of time to work on this, but I'm going to do the best I can. Most of the budget has stayed the same. There were some areas, professional services for engineering. We're going to have a big increase due to all the projects that seem to be coming next year. The building department is staying the same. Community services is staying the same except for the maintenance for the radios. Streets will be staying the same. Storm sewer will be staying the same. Storm clearance is always an issue. I know, Marja, we spoke about that a little bit. It's like a guess. We don't know what the weather's, we don't know what the weather's gonna be.
We need more money for the storm clearance.
Yes.
Basically, last year we didn't do.
No, but you don't know. You
But
don't-
we have some.
Yeah, I think we talked about that a little bit. Traffic is gonna be the same.
If you see engineering, let me, can you?
That's
go back to
first.
Engineering, how much was it this year and how much are you requesting?
Well,
Oh, sorry, I always
Oh.
forget. So sorry, I always keep so. Yeah, I would like to know engineering, how much increase you are requesting? I'm still going to the engineering.
well, we had 400, the contract was 400 last year, and then we added the 100, so that's why I went with the 5.
So, yeah, we, recently you requested another
Right.
100,000, so I had to find
I'm
somewhere
not
else
thinking
to
they're gonna
give
do
you.
less unless they are. I
So you are asking for
thought to
500?
keep it the same,
500?
yeah.
With the projects you have, like,
Yeah, we have.
you can
those are the-
estimate what project, how many is estimated engineering costs, and you can
Okay.
give me a kind of a list.
Okay, we need to go over some of that,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of, seems like there's a lot of projects.
Ah. Okay.
We did have a conversation in the Public Safety Committee last week as to whether or not, I know we haven't gotten to personnel, that we should have, in addition to our consulting engineers, have another staff engineer, as somebody who can
Yes,
supervise, the billing from the engineers, but also do some of this other work, for example, the work in terms of all the, the traffic
yes,
studies, et cetera, someone on staff, so we should, I think there's a strong, I think there's a consensus already among
Okay.
at least the 3 counselors who were at that meeting, that would be a good thing. So we should have a conversation about, I could guesstimate on what a
Okay.
salary would have to be to get someone with 3 to 5 years' experience, because I think that's probably the range of somebody.
We
Right.
had,
We
used to
we
have-
had an engineer
I know we
just like
did.
5 years
Yeah.
ago.
we had 2.
Right, but I think we still should have one on
Okay.
staff, and I think so we
Take
should,
note of that.
make
There's a
sure
lot
that
of
that's.
legwork, especially with the traffic,
Right,
yeah,
so I think that's important.
okay.
Okay.
I mean, one section in the garage, tires went up a little bit, just due to age and the older vehicles.
But that's, you're asking for a capital portion of it,
Hmm?
right? Garage?
No, this is operating, the tires.
Oh, tires, okay.
I just bumped it up a little bit because I see where we're going with it. When he knows he
And-
doesn't have as much, he does less, but it doesn't mean the trucks don't
Can
need
you
it.
just give us an update? I know it's probably was in this year's budget in terms of the environmental issues you had in the yard and also the bird issue?
We spoke about
Bird
that.
issue she spoke about, and
Yeah.
so there is some money left in the refuge
Mm-hmm.
salaries and wages. I don't know the staffing issue,
Oh,
I don't know
I
the
mentioned that to you
reason.
too, with the netting system.
Right, yes.
and
Yeah,
that's-
that
we have
money-
That's what
money
I'm
for that
talking
now.
about, right,
Yeah,
okay.
So the funding is left in the refuge salaries and wages, and I am going to transfer that to the other areas that she's requesting,
Okay.
one being the pigeon
And
All
we're
right,
gonna
issue.
okay.
go like this.
Right.
It's a lot, but we have
That's
to do
coming in the
something.
next meeting. That's one of
Okay,
the, I sent you the
that's-
resolution
thank you.
yesterday, day
Yeah,
before.
that was a big thing. Let's see. Refuse budget is staying the same.
Also, in terms of, on the salary and wage issue, we had a conversation in terms of what the salary is for those people hired for the garbage pickup
Yes.
and the hourly wage, and whether or not that should be raised to be comparable with other departments.
Oh, the
Right, you
temps.
just-
We
yeah.
We
The
did that
temps?
already.
I
did
have
that.
Is it raised?
Yes.
It was,
It is raised, it brought to my attention to raise, but my question is now, why are we having a year-long temps? They're hired, fired, rehired. And that's a question I brought that too. So maybe it's fiscal sense, makes more fiscal sense maybe to have some more permanent employees
well, I
rather
don't know,
than-
is that,
I don't
do you
know.
do a hire, fire, rehire?
Yes, there are five.
Well, they
I
run
think.
out of their term. What, there's 3 terms?
That's
temps, I
a human
think,
resources
They can be
thing.
renewed, extended, like it's 3 months. And then some get
It doesn't
rehired.
make sense to me.
Because we need
I-
another
I
temp. so
couldn't
if
agree
they
with
were
you more.
good-
Not- And the
Yeah.
salary, Michelle was talking about, you can't get it for $15.
No.
Well, that's why,
Charging
no, we
less.
had a conversation about this because of these, the pay
Minimum
was so low.
wage.
What's your incentive to come to work?
Yeah,
Right.
It's
So,
so
and it's not-
low, it
it's
doesn't
not-
make
Yeah.
sense.
It's not,
not right.
it's not easy work,
No.
Yeah.
That
know,
came
and-
up and we did it right
and
away.
everyone's entitled to a living wage there. So if we can, now whether or not, even if you made it a full-time position,
But-
we can hire, we can find the people to hire, but I think we should consider doing that.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be, it's like hiring, firing, rehiring, then training
know.
again, and then all these costs, and, we need these people
Is
year
that,
long.
is that
So-
statutory, or is that a internal policy in terms of temporary employees?
You said you didn't know why it is, but
No.
it's always done that
It
way.
may be, there may be some statutory or tax implications, and that could be.
I mean,
the reason why
there's
we have to
rules
find out.
for HR, they have how long we can keep them. I don't know if it's,
Because
maybe
they're
you
temp.
can't keep them so long unless you do make them full-time. I don't know what the,
Just my suggestion to look into the, making them full-time. So it's doing continuously doesn't make sense to me.
I agree with you. That's what we
because
had a
they're there
conversation
to
last
cover
week.
when we're down, we're always down, workers'
So
comp.
if you're always down, means there is a.
Yeah, you know the workers'
there's a-
comp,
There's a shortfall in the.
No, I know we've had a problem with that, so why not, if,
Just have extra.
well, is it really extra, because is it?
No, it's not extra, it's
It's
just
really not
keeping
extra.
it full.
Right.
Okay, it's something to, I don't know why.
On the
Yeah.
full-time,
Maintenance worker?
on the full-time garbage
Yeah, that's the.
workers, what is the starting salary for those?
1966, as a
1966.
maintenance worker.
That's
As
the,
a maintenance
that's the
right.
basic, at least you
Right.
should,
Like,
No.
that's where they would go next.
Right.
Well, that's what they're starting at.
now.
Now.
After.
Yes.
If they were
it was
hired
brought to,
full-time,
Last week.
they would either start there or maybe
Yeah.
up one.
Yeah, you can, there is a range depending upon, if they have already worked with us for so long and they gain some experience and gain some training, it doesn't make sense.
And we should be consistent in terms of our hourly for these, depending on the department, it shouldn't vary that
Yes,
much. I mean, I
yes.
understand if you're hiring a high school student, but if you're hiring an adult to do something.
Same work
there
as the
should
other
be-
people are doing.
Yeah, it should be, and it should be a living wage, and we
Yeah.
really have to
Yeah.
not, so if we can, whether it's 1966 or something in that
Right.
range, but we should make sure that it's consistent through all departments.
Public Works budget has to do a lot more. We have to do so much more now. Now that it's a change in guard or something's all coming up, and then
I
all
can't
these-
say why,
And,
just-
and some additional things too. I noticed you were talking about the foreman and certain number of months. Our program is, to my knowledge, I wish Alicia is here. 90 days. All our probationary period is 90 days. Within the 90 days, if they can do the job and not do the job. If they don't do the job in 90 days, and get somebody else, rather than keeping them for prolonged period and not,
Right.
acting.
But the
position.
issue they had, which I really don't want to get into here, had to do with a long-term vacancy. It wasn't just there was, it was an acting for a long-term period. I think they were out of medical or whatever, so
Right.
that wasn't just a 3-month thing. It was someone had been out for 9 months or something, so, but
We are in a little bit of reorganization for DCS due to all the retirement, and there's more coming next year. It's
Well, I
hard
want to take, I want to take a hard look at the entire department and how it's organized,
We need to do
because we
that.
just can't,
No,
it looks to me like over time, as new programs develop, we just created little bureaus or whatever, and
yeah, we're talking,
None of
trying to
it
see if
makes-
it might be best to consolidate a
there's-
few.
exactly, and-
But you still need, like, you would need more than one foreman, because if it's roads work or,
right.
whether it's
But
traffic
if a
or
division
storm-
has a foreman and 2 workers and 2 of them are out,
Right,
what do you have?
right.
Maybe
you
it's a
know?
Well, there used to
consolidation
be
there.
more people in all those divisions,
No, I know.
so it just has shrunk.
Yes, I think that's an analysis we should
Yeah, we
do,
need
is
It's
in
not
terms
a
of,
one-person
in
job.
terms of the number of employees in these departments over the last,
It's a whole
7 years.
organizational structure we need
Yes.
to look into.
Yes.
That I have
Rob
been
and I have been like
saying.
yes.
brainstorming
In other
and-
departments too, not just
Yeah, no, but they
necessarily-
especially have
Yes.
they have, and from a management point of view, if you have that, if it's that
And each,
broken up, it's very difficult to manage, because it's every day there's something.
and each work group has become more and more specialized, that they don't want to overstep. And
Yeah, but
it's-
normally in a public works type environment,
You need
there
to,
should be a lot of flexibility, at least in
Yeah.
my
and
experience
it's
in
not
government.
always the case.
Yeah, that's the whole point, is that you should be able, you need to go where you're needed sometimes.
Yeah, okay.
So while we are discussing on this, the buildings and grounds I talked about, we have to really
We should-
create
yeah,
some
no, we-
organization
get-
that takes care of
We've had
this.
this conversation for the past month or so
Yes.
about how we're going to do this and where it's going to go, and, you know, honestly, you know, I had somebody, as I mentioned, somebody who told me that they had volunteered to take care of the thermostats in this building, but they weren't going to do it anymore.
Oh, that was
And I'm like,
Pat.
but why, yes, but why would we have a volunteer, and why would he tell me in the hallway?
Well, I think Gary used to be in charge of this building.
Yeah, well,
And then he
right now,
passed it
no
off.
one's in charge of any buildings, that's the
Okay,
problem.
no, and the thing with the roof project for the 4 locations.
Yeah,
I have,
and all buildings,
Ted
and
is-
also I was speaking with Mr. Lapola this morning, and previously also I spoke with the police department, fire department. We shouldn't be asking them to take care of their building, they're sworn officers, they
Right.
should be doing their whatever.
think that
their
is a
sworn officer
person
jobs rather than
type-
looking for.
Yeah, we
need
have to have a
somebody.
conversation about
Yeah.
who would go into that
Yeah.
and how it will be structured.
I mean, right
because-
now, Ted is helping with
I
getting.
think 2-3 years ago, I clearly remember, we budgeted for a buildings and grounds supervisor. It never happened. It was
Okay.
not hired, it's
So
budgeted.
where is that now?
It's not there.
It's not there.
They put it into something else or something else, but that never filled.
Okay.
But we can always create that.
Oh, I-
Yes.
It makes more sense to do
I-
that. It's cost benefit for us
Yes,
to
you
do
know.
that.
I
And,
told you, I
Yeah.
have a lot of experience dealing
Yeah.
with,
and with this new
With this.
ordinance that we did, the sick and vacation ordinance for for non-union employees, we did this ordinance, and back in spring, I think, Brian started it, and finally now it's for not union, for non-uniform civilian employees, we did this sick and vacation ordinance. People should know, because so many people are looking to retire, and they are thinking of, they are still
Yeah.
going to
We
be
haven't
able
gotten
to
anything
use
for that,
terminal
though.
leave, but no, they cannot use the terminal leave. They can get the payouts based on what is in the ordinance.
Okay.
Now we made the ordinance conform to the state law.
Is anything going to go out? Like, are we going to get something in writing for that? We haven't gotten
Yeah, maybe,
anything.
Yeah.
yeah, we were talking about that and giving examples and trying to, it's, you know,
Because like I said, we do
It's
have,
effective January 1st, so
Yeah, so
maybe.
we have a little bit of
Okay.
time.
Day after
I'm
something next
thinking,
week.
from what I'm hearing and what I know, like 8 more people are going to be retiring out of DCS. So we just keep shrinking.
well, we got to fill those
You have to
vacancies.
replace.
So it's, yeah, we need to talk.
Okay.
I upped Maja Recycling. That's another thing that we
Recycling
guess.
needs, but the refuge can go down because the tonnage fee went down. Correct? Yes.
Okay.
Well,
this is
You
for-
call it dump
Dump,
fee,
yes,
yeah.
that, okay. I'm sorry.
Where?
Well, we have recycling.
No, but in terms of the dump itself,
Dump
you go to the,
MCU, Essex
Dumps
County
is
Utility
ECUA.
so you go to the incinerator.
The ECUA and yeah, we had extra. Now refuse, we went more this year.
What's your tipping fee on the ton? Do you know?
3 different rates. I have it up.
Yeah,
I'm just
because it's
curious.
different. Okay.
But recycling is, even the wood chips and all that.
Is up,
we didn't
yeah.
have enough
That's
money
the
and we
leaves
had
and
to
all that.
find,
Oh, building maintenance that I hear everybody talking about.
Building maintenance, yes.
And I spoke with Dean, and I spoke with Chief Herman. Fire, you see the jump in fire. I did.
They're
He
asking
asked
for more money.
He asked for more.
For the head office.
The police department wanted to keep it the same, but I heard you this morning, maybe they should go up, because then they did run out of money, and then we had
Yesterday
to
they
rob
asked
from
for
Peter to pay
HVAC.
Paul. Yeah,
Which they
but they didn't want to go up.
Yeah, yeah.
I raised DCS a little bit, because a lot of times we do cover for the other people. We are in need of a lot of repairs, but it's like going to be one thing at a time. I mean, short of needing a new building, I don't know. We're going to start with the roof
You got to get to the
repairs.
back of the list if you want
Yeah.
a new building.
I mean,
Back
the
of the
roof,
line, rather.
we have all our buckets lined up collecting the water when it rains, so we figured the roof might be the way to go for everybody. And I guessed in the capital budget for that, I went with like 4 million. I have no idea. It could be 8. I just tried to be,
We have projects already authorized, thus we have to move on those. So, in your central garage, I think in the garage, there's $1.5 million. We did an ordinance to do some cleanup or
Okay.
something. That is, I see it, it's still sitting there.
okay, well, then we'll see when we
I
get
thought,
prices.
but you were doing the cleanup in the yard, right? There was,
That's for the tanks.
is that the same
Maybe
money?
that's the same money.
Are you talking about that? That's not
Yeah,
for the
you must
garage.
have gone out, did you go out for bid and not awarded yet?
No, they've been working on it, but,
That's different. I
yeah,
don't
is that
have a-
different? Yeah.
I don't have VPN connection from here, so I can't
Okay.
see when I go up.
I may not, I don't want to misspeak on that, I might not know, but, let's see, what else? But other than the actual building maintenance, that's going to stay.
Yeah, we need a lot more money in the electricity account because, yeah, we have bills to pay. Electricity, street lighting need to, I will budget for it.
Yeah, that, I don't usually touch that. Shade
Street
tree,
lighting,
more or less
natural
was the
gas.
same. Parks was the same. We
We
had
are
raised,
increasing the number of porta johns. We are increasing the number.
yeah, where were
so
you
that
going to
we
put
have
that?
to
I don't know
put it
where
in.
we were going to
Yeah.
put that. Yeah, we used to get rid of the porta-johns every year, and we keep getting more and more, and they don't go away
There
anymore.
is
We
a
keep
need.
them all
I
year
think
round.
the homeless population
Yeah.
also use, which is a good thing to have those, so.
It's okay, yeah, it's okay. Fuel, we increased that last year, and I'm tracking okay this year. I don't see a reason to touch that. You did well. I'm doing well with what we got.
For the
Like you said,
storm
dump
clearance?
fees, you could probably lower that. I didn't want to do anything with it, but the dump fees you mentioned.
No, very little reduction. I will do the reduction based on the cost. What was I going to say? Storm clearance, we really need to up it because we have been hitting
Yeah.
our trust fund. Trust
Yeah.
fund is getting smaller. We need to have at least $800,000 every year. If we don't use it, rolls it into the next year.
But we did a lot last year, change-wise, where I needed it. The garage was a big increase last year, and it's doing well this year. We're spending,
And we have to go through your personnel stuff, reallocation.
Yes.
Allocation. I see in the refuge budget line, I have a significant money. Thankfully, there's left, so I can move it to the pigeon thing. And then electricity, we need more money. And the electricity and the recycling, we needed more money. So I was able to move, budget transfers next meeting. But
The
we have to
pigeon
budget
thing.
properly. We have to see which area we need people, who are the people, and we
Well,
should
as soon as
be
we have a
able-
better sense of revenues, we can make a bunch of decisions.
Right,
on
I
how
know,
many
it's-
people.
No sense of revenues because we don't have access
No.
to our files and folders.
our,
We don't have access to our applications.
No one could predict so many people retiring at the same time from, like, within 2 years. It's
Yeah.
like, I feel like they all started at the same time.
Yeah, we also
They
have
may
to
have.
have a proper,
It
It's like-
happens.
succession plan. That's one of the things that, along with the organizational
Always
restructuring.
always a
issue.
weakness in government.
That's about it for the operating.
Your capital is huge, that we
Well,
will go
that's-
through one by one.
Oh, one by one? I don't know.
Yeah,
about that.
Or, yeah, we
You have
can-
to remember that next month is Christmas.
This, what came in front of me is how I got to these numbers.
that's the one you sent this morning.
Yeah, I'm still getting stuff is
Yeah.
being thrown at me, so that's why I said we really need to work on this.
Yeah, everything was delayed because of the IT issue. We used to start in September, and we used to get all the information, but now this year we started very late, and I gave the deadline of
Yeah.
Friday, and I'm still getting the
And the fact
information.
that
Some
I've
people
only
are
worked
still-
on this like
Yeah.
less than a month, I'm getting a handle on it, but it's just still a lot. Some of the projects that I made you aware of, they all need to be discussed. I know you're maybe not going to want to do all of them, or we can't do all of them.
Well, you're going to have to prioritize them.
Yeah.
That's the first
Yeah.
step. 'Cause not all can be funded, but we could at least prioritize.
But that's what
And
made,
go through all the list of the things we already funded, and let's sit down and you.
well,
you
they're
know,
not
count.
even, they're not
There
even
is
on
a
here.
money there in the ordinances that we have to see. I need to know what's the
Okay.
status of it, and where
I mean,
we are standing.
Equipment-wise for us,
Like, the pool was like a big shock to me. I thought,
Well, I had
Michigan and
to-
Essex, 700,000. I have line items
I
given a
spoke,
proper
I
estimation.
spoke with
of.
the engineer about that, and that's exactly what happened. The work just, it just kept growing and growing, and it wasn't worth doing a little bit of each pool. They decided to do one and
Okay,
finish it.
okay.
So,
So-
but that's $850 to go back
I
in the
know,
budget.
but there are other ordinances. If you are not
Okay.
going to do that work, maybe we can reappropriate them for
Okay.
the other pool, or,
Okay. Well, you said make a list, so that's what I did. And then adding in for the roof, that made this jump up too.
Yeah, these roof things, that another discussion that we need to have serious discussion if we are doing, like every year, like 300,
And that doesn't, it may not be,
500,000,
I'm
doesn't
sure,
make sense.
the roof may not be next year. That might have to get pushed. Or not all of them, or you're gonna say there's money for the garage and not this one or that one. Let's make a deal. We still have an ongoing issue with all our equipment, old. I told you, we talked about the other day, I'm getting the Packer. That was for '23. I still need to put another Packer in for '24. The other one that needs to be replaced is 26 years old. If not, then it'll get bumped. But a lot of the equipment items, they're 18 years old, 34 years old, 33 years old, 35 years
Wait,
old.
Susan, we have been buying Packers for the last, at least since,
Yes.
since I came. We have been, every year, we are putting Packers, snow
I don't even-
plowers. I know previous to that, there was not, like the, not purchase and so many things, garbage falling off the road, and I know that. But ever since, I think 2012 or 14 something, we are making a conscious effort every year to buy these garbage
And I don't think
trucks
we've quite
I
gone
have the
through all
list
of
you
them.
gave me. We are pretty close. That's
Are
what,
we?
yeah.
I mean,
Steve
we have
gave
a
me the
Packer
list, I
this
have
year
to
we've
look
spent
through.
$30,000 on repairs, so it's like, do you want to keep doing that? So that's why they keep requesting. I'm
What
getting
is our
it.
usual life expectancy?
10 years.
Wasn't it a 5-year plan for that?
Yeah. We are pretty close to, that's what Steve and I discussed last year. I have the list for garbage trucks. And snow plows also, I think we are pretty okay with the snow plows. We needed a street sweeper. I think maybe last year we bought the street sweeper.
I just bought it now.
Yes. Yeah, street
Um,
sweeper.
I don't know, they're
Yes.
telling me, well, the garage is telling me that the pickup with the plow, the mason dump,
Yeah, Caterpillar loader.
they're still
You know,
18
what
years
that is
old.
that we
I mean,
need,
we
yeah.
don't need, they're not going to get everything. They're not going to get it all, but we need to, they are on the list. They need to be discussed. I don't know that we need the large plow. I think the two smaller ones seem to be more urgent. And I don't know about every single item being
Maybe
urgent.
We're going to have further discussions
Yeah.
about the
Maybe it's
capital
good to
plan.
talk with the foreman, to you, me, and.
Well, I've been to- I
once,
talked to
otherwise
the garage.
foreman will
I work
get
with the
to me.
garage,
We'll
like,
have
every
a
day.
meeting with whoever is really using this equipment, so we get better idea.
Right. It's been mentioned about our generator. I know Gary said that generators are hard to get. I'm not putting it in the budget this year. It's just something we need to be aware of. I was trying to get
You
from
know,
Rick.
equipment aside, can we also, equipment, yes, I will dig through whatever
Yeah,
Steve
we have
gave
to-
me, and I will sit down with the foreman and with the people who are using it. But can we go to these construction of the parks, playgrounds, etc., like the tennis courts? Do we have plans to do any tennis court requires replacement, reconstruction?
I have to talk to a few people about that. That was in there from prior year. Have to see where we're at with that.
So the pool, the other pool is a priority, Essex, right? Nishuven we are
Yes.
doing, so Essex is a priority, that goes, okay.
Oh,
As
there's
I
that.
mentioned before, that was bid in the alternative, so we have we have the cost in place.
Yes, I believe so.
For
Yeah.
that's
For
what
Essex.
850,000
Yes.
you're asking for, okay.
The Nishuane playground surface, it was mentioned by engineering that if they want to do an all-access,
We may
that price,
We may get Green Acres, we
Right.
can look into Green Acres
But
funding too.
I
for
put it,
many of those.
but that's something else to discuss from that other list. The Yanacor Brook Dam study, I think that's more of a placeholder.
Placeholder for
That's
what?
been in there.
I think we need to have a discussion with the engineer.
That could,
Yeah, that's a little, we don't need any of those problems.
no. Tree planting, I mentioned, we are asking for 600. I spoke with the arbors too, and he said we are behind, and there are a lot of dangerous trees down there that need to, they
We
need
did receive that grant for $1 million for urban
Yeah, he
tree-
was, I think he met with Lisa today on that.
Right.
He said, yeah, I was looking for that grant award letter.
Okay.
Once we get the grant award
Right.
letter, we can just do the ordinance and start the work
Did
on
you get
it.
the grant award letter for
I
the,
don't
for the
think-
997 on the other, on the transportation? Were you looking for that too?
No, NJDOT grant award letters I get all, only
Okay.
this new one, the environmental ones and the tree one. I
Alright.
didn't get that tree one. Somebody discussed it, but I don't think I did not get anything. If you
Okay,
have it,
I-
please send me
I'll
so
make sure
we
you
can
get
do
it.
the ordinance and we can
Mhm.
start the work on this if you have the people to do the work.
Susan, are we done with the fall planting?
No, they're just starting that. Yes, Tom just met with them. That's just going to get going. The site remediation in there for 219, that is in there. That's the 200.
Wait, site remediation for oh, that's different
that's
from the
the
other
tanks.
1.5 million recently we put for the site remediation. That's a remediation we did. That's a 1.5 million.
That's the site remediation is the yard.
Right.
A yard and their building right next door. What's
Okay,
difference?
then I got to look.
Yeah.
I got to check that. The RRFBs, engineering, we're out of them. And
Okay.
we need
It
to-
used to be $6,000 each
Yeah, they're a
piece
lot.
Point, but we need to have some on
Yeah,
hand to
we
replace.
need, well, they already have a list of where they need to put some, and then if we need to get stock, we're estimating that.
Susan, while we are at that RRFPs, Mr. Lapola mentioned this traffic studies, and we need to have an estimation of the cost for the traffic studies.
I know,
We have to
and-
put that, and we have to put an estimated amount for implementation of.
I saw traffic, I saw some money left over from last year, and that, I have to look again. I didn't bring that paper with me, where it was put, but I know we need to limit the number. Like, I don't know that we can afford 20, or it's going to chew up the engineering budget.
No, well, first of all, we have to prioritize.
Right,
Because these studies, some
because
of
a
them
lot
have to
have been done already.
Studies were done?
A lot, Steve's been doing them, like, they've been done on a regular
Do we have
basis.
reports?
We've made, my understanding was these are the ones that had not been done.
That had not
There was
been
a lot have
done?
been done already.
And there's
but-
that many.
Well, I think every time there's a request from the public or the council,
Okay.
we go out and do the police part of the study. And if the police
Oh.
make a recommendation, then has to have an engineering study to see what is feasible and what isn't.
Okay.
You know, there's
But I-
issues, proximity to driveways and corner intersections and all those things, which make some, some things you can or can't
Norberto
do.
was doing, I thought Neglia Engineering, I
They did a
remember
lot.
seeing some
They've
He
done
bills.
some,
told me
but
they
I-
did a lot,
Right.
because we've been doing them.
Maybe
Well,
the
if you get an
reports
estimate
have
on
to come
what,
to you?
maybe we have to decide on a
Right.
number and back into it that
Because he
way.
mentioned that to me, that depending on the number, that would eat up their budget for all the other things that they're already
But if we
doing.
already did the studies, somebody has to see these studies and
Right.
see what the next step, where the implementation is.
Okay. I can ask him about that. Paving, we anticipate the same for now. I have to go over that with Rob's streets. There is a list.
We are almost done with the curbs, so we shouldn't be, I think probably, if we continue doing the curbs, this could be the last year or very little next year. And I don't know, and
Yeah.
I know two big streets, Harrison and Highland maybe, that's the one, they will be left, but we
Okay.
do get NJDOT grants for that, so only we can do those things.
Okay. I think we may have almost 2 million left over this year. I have to, because I
That's
know,
a
Rob,
com-
they're still doing work, I just don't know how much more. Because it's all changing again next year, who did
We
the
do
paving this
award
year
the
is not doing the
contract to
paving
the-
next year.
Right, we had a
It's
discussion
all,
about this at the meeting the other night.
Riverview did the curbing, I think
We do through
Sifeli-
co-op contracts, or we bid out, last year we did bid it out for
I think this vendor lost the
the
co-op
co-op bid.
bid.
So,
they're-
so
they're
whoever is
finishing up what
there in
they
the
have.
co-op bid, we can try that.
Sure.
Oh, we always do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been changing every year, whether it's Sifeli or Riverview or, and then paving, Shafano.
Okay.
So that 3 maybe will come down.
Yeah, what we can do, just, what are the streets left to do?
Okay.
And what are the priorities of those streets? And then what we can do is, asking for all this money is good, but then once you get the money, you
I
have to
know.
do the projects.
Right,
Not sitting.
I got it. But that's why
We have to go through all the projects and see where you're
Yes.
standing, the status of the projects.
Yes.
Before.
It was also mentioned to me about, let's see, I didn't put that on there. I think I made you aware of it the other day, though.
I have a list.
About putting, where is it?
Do you have more questions, or? I think we're
No,
good.
I think we're good. We
Okay.
have to,
At this
there's a lot
point,
to work
We
on.
don't know how much we need
Right,
for
so-
either operating or capital for public works.
We'll get there.
You won't know how much you are requesting also at this point,
No.
correct? Yeah.
Okay. Well, that wraps up this morning's session. So at 1:15, we have planning and zoning. Originally, it was 2 o'clock IT and 2:45 law department. They're going to switch because Paul had to go to court. So he doesn't think he'll be back in time. So rather than risk that, we will do IT at 2 and law department after that, and that will be completing today's session. So we'll see everybody at 1:15.
You're unmuted.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this afternoon session, the afternoon session of our departmental budget presentations. We will start with with Janice Talley, Director of the Department of Planning. And I'll turn it over to you, Janice.
Thank you. I have a couple of changes for my budget for 2024. What I'd like to start with is, in terms of personnel, I did request that my part-time secretary, who is retiring, that her position be replaced with a full-time administrative assistant. The amount of administrative work, particularly during COVID, post-COVID, that has fallen upon staff shoulders, because every single document that passes through on our desks has to be posted, has to be renamed, has to be filed. With this level of transparency comes a lot of administrative time, which falls on staff shoulders, and it detracts from our ability to get other work done. So I believe that these are the tasks that an administrative assistant would be able to handle, and would require a full-time position, plus everything else that the administrative assistant does to run our office. So that's the one staffing change that would really help us. In terms of line items on our budget, I have included a line item specifically for redevelopment costs. We are in discussions with working on a couple of other redevelopment plans along in the Bloomfield Avenue area on certain properties, and anticipate that there will be costs involved with retaining the consultants to assist us in those redevelopment efforts. As you know, Maja, we do get, if we enter into a redevelopment agreement, we do get those funds back, but it's something that we need to budget up front to pay those costs. And luckily, once we move ahead with a redevelopment designation, we can get those monies back.
So Janice, the professional services, you put 25,000, that's also for redevelopment, but it's only for gateway and municipal building.
No, the $25,000 is for other experts that we may need. I've had to hire architects.
Yeah, okay.
To do some-
I think last year's it's carried.
I know, it's not, essentially, I'd rather keep the redevelopment expenses in the redevelopment line item and the professional services for other items like working with our LSRP on the remediation of 399 Orange Road. Most of those costs, I try and have almost all those costs assigned to the state hazardous discharge site remediation fund grant, but not all of those monies or those efforts can be put onto the grant. So I have to have some of that coming out of my budget.
So professional services are LSRP and SVRF,
What was the second?
the state, SVRF, right? What do you call it, state?
HDSRF.
HDSRF.
Yes, yes. And then sometimes architectural work that we may have to evaluate sites, if it's not fully covered by CDBG, they've told me that they're limiting that, and sometimes the cost to do this, the bid specs and the design work and the oversight exceeds what the CDBG program will allow. So I just need, that's what that line item is for.
When we get to my budget, we need to have a line item, a general line item for studies, experts, et cetera, because if council wants something to be looked at, starting from scratch, we need a place to go.
Right.
We're doing the Clary Anderson study.
Okay.
Yes, we are, and there's an RFQ that's out there. We haven't, it's just a general study because they want to decide what they're going to do with it. Well, it's not the same. It's not an architectural engineering study. It's basically deciding what they want to do with that site, whether they want to put additional services, if they want to knock down the building, if they want to improve the building. So we need they have all the other information. Is that, but we need flexibility in terms of as new things come on.
Can we put it under buildings and grounds, or is it under the map?
I put it under mine because we don't know where it's going to wind up anyway. So I'd rather have that and also have that able for other things that we may do in the course of the year, flexibility. It doesn't have to be just facilities, it could be anything.
Okay,
So if there's an additional cost, say, because we're focusing on, say, the safe street stuff and all of this other, things that people are, we may want to have some general studies done. I think we just need that flexibility.
so you have to estimate
Yeah,
some
and
amount.
it's really going to be more in terms of economic development stuff. It could be economic development stuff too, if there's something we want to look at, but we need that flexibility if we want to hire a consultant to look at something.
Exactly.
We shouldn't have to be chasing, we should have a line item with money there that's,
I thought in the
can cover it.
planning department, there used to be something like economic development or something, they used to do little studies, I remember.
I never had a line item for grants development. We do grants,
development.
but that's just part of
No,
our
I said
job.
economic development, not
And we
grants.
don't do no, it's community development.
Safe streets, who did safe streets?
I just use that as an example. I'm not
I did
quoting that.
I did the grant
Yeah,
application.
and Kimberly Craft did
She
something
did all
with it.
that's what she oversaw.
Yeah, that's why I remember safe
Yeah.
streets, yeah.
But I've done a couple of, that's another thing that's fallen under me, is doing these grants for, safe streets, doing the grants for the bikeway.
Well, when we talked about this administration thing, we also talked, we've had conversations about the whole issue of grants and where they are and who, I know that they wind up with
They're
you, but
No,
they
they
need-
are under manager,
Yeah.
not with me, the manager.
But we don't we award them, but we don't you oversee the payments, et cetera, so we don't,
That's went out for an RFP or RFQ, and it's evaluated, I believe, by Paul Burr and awarded. It has not gone through me.
once the grants are awarded, I'm not talking about searching for
And
grants.
Alexis puts in the
there's-
bills.
There's
I'm not- I'm
there's a
not-
lot of work involved in grants management.
Yes, I'm talking about the fact that we don't have a quote-unquote grants manager
Yeah.
for the whole town, which a lot of municipalities do. They have people
Manager.
that, because you have grants in every single department, and someone has to oversee this because they wind up going to a department, and
Right.
sometimes things get lost in the shuffle.
We do get a lot of grants in the police department, they apply for it. We do get a lot of grants in the public works, and they do apply for it.
No,
And Section 8 is fully grant funded.
No, I know.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt.
So I just have a minor increase to the Historic Preservation Commission budget, not anything significant, but I anticipate additional costs, largely because they now have an attorney who comes to all the meetings and gives them a lot of guidance, which has been very helpful. So those are the only changes to the office administration budget. I did put in an increase in the planning board budget. The planning board has indicated that they want to revisit the master plan, not the whole master plan. They want to revisit the land use, the unified land use and transportation element of the master plan. So I only budgeted $50,000 for that. I don't know if it's probably going to be an update. I don't anticipate a whole rewrite of it. But I've asked for an additional $50,000 to support their changes to that element of the master plan, and the remaining $50,000 is for professional services. It's really to cover the attorneys and the other board experts for their general services that aren't assigned to specific application escrow funds. And there's been a very minor increase of only, I think, $1,000 to the professional services budget for the Board of Adjustment, and that's really to cover the attorney fees. So those are the only changes to my budget.
Parcel maps, you are going to continue to use it, right? Parcel
Oh,
map.
we use it all the time.
Yeah, last year is the first year we put some decent amount, before that little amount.
Right, right. Yeah, and I have,
When is your secretary leaving?
I have begged her to stay until the end of December. She wanted to leave the end of November, but she very graciously said she could
Yeah, she's a very nice lady.
She could help
very
me
nice, yeah.
out through the end of December, so I'm hoping to have somebody to start in January.
Well, you better start that process ASAP.
Yeah,
I
you-
have-
You give me, you said, I thought
What?
if you give me green signal, then the thing
Yeah,
process will
yes,
start.
definitely.
Because
Yeah,
it's
get
a
that-
new
Yes.
budget, right? New
Right,
budget.
but let's
and a
get this
new
started because
increase.
she needs to
So
have that
that's what
person.
You have
Yeah.
to make a decision
Yeah.
on
Yes,
all the
that's fine.
personnel things.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, make it full-time, and then we can get that moving, so
okay,
she doesn't have to go a few months without anybody.
okay. So from part-time, there is an increase to full-time.
And,
That's the new budget.
and raise it to an administrative assistant.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, the secretary, yeah, that's a big jump
So,
too.
Okay.
any questions? And I see we don't have much public here that's interested in my budget. So,
That's it?
yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So because Paul's in court, we're going to have IT at 2 o'clock, and then Paul's going to let me know if he's out in time to get here for the 2:45 session after IT, but if not, we'll just reschedule him. And I think I'm going to reschedule for the stuff on Monday and maybe do, because a lot of these are not going to take long, maybe reduce them to half hours and just, there's really the courts or whatever, they're not going to take.
Have to
Yeah.
put the new
Yeah.
thing on the
Yeah,
website.
we'll just make
Are
it
we
a,
still on? Rick?
We are.
You still on?
Shut. Yeah, you have to
you're unmuted.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're continuing our departmental budget hearings. Next will be IT. Mr. Fan with an F, would you like to present your budget?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lapola and finance team. IT started in October. We added 2 new IT help desk positions, and which is tremendous help to the IT department. Also, in October this year, we have production manager from TV34 moved from the communication to the IT department. For the next year, 2024 budget, we mostly, the increase is for the under maintenance. Our maintenance is going to be, that's one correction, Marjorie. To answer your questions earlier, the next request will be part of the IT budget. So it will be adding another $12,000 into the
Can I ask
maintenance
you-
for 2024.
Can I ask, so what makes what is part of IT budget, what makes what is part of individual department's budget?
I'm sorry, what's the question again? Was the IT budget and
Yeah,
individual?
like, for example, now the Oprah software is under IT budget. What makes it IT, what makes it each individual department?
Townwide, anything you're supposed to be townwide use will be under the IT
So
budget.
Prime Point, it can be under IT, and MSI would be under IT?
Should be. In my opinion, yes, should be.
Okay, and same thing, I have many questions. Some people are saying, hey, if we want an Adobe license, we are asked to fund it by ourselves in department. Some other departments say, no, Tony takes care of it. So what makes it?
No, so for example, the Adobe is departmental budget because this is software, one-time cost, software that they have to budget it, or they have to inform me, then I can increase my software budget. Usually it's come from the department
Let
itself.
me interrupt, I didn't mean to interrupt, but so basically over time, this just sort of, it just sort of happened that way? Like, I don't know, I'm a little, it's not only the Adobe type things, but it's a whole bunch of things. Like, some of it is centralized, and it's not just your department, and other times it's dispersed among departments, to some departments and not others. Whether it's your licenses or whether it was insurance or something else. And I'm just trying to figure out, maybe it just happened that they did it that way, but we're trying to figure out, in my opinion, all of that should be centralized.
Anything centralized technology-wise should be
Yeah,
under
but
IT.
to me, it should be you should have all of those licenses and all of, the only way we're going to have controls is if it's all centralized in one place. Obviously, to have the
Correct.
staff to maintain it, but it doesn't make sense to me as to why some do, some don't.
Yeah. For example, SDL is the one of them using for multiple department, building department, planning department, code enforcement, also police, fire. They're all using the SDL. And also, in addition, this year we added the rent control on it. So that is paid by. For rent control, the individual license was added. Initial costs will come from the department. Then next year, 2024, it will be part of my IT budget because I pay for in license in lump sum.
I don't think they know about this.
They do. They do.
Okay.
So for next request, since it's used by multiple, anything is centralized, used by multiple departments should be under the IT budget for maintenance, etc.
I have a follow-up question about the centralization. Okay, that's a good idea, centralization, but then, like you said, we need to have staff. We can't be like, every day it's an emergency, didn't pay the bill, we need this, we need that. So we need staff that can manage. The issue happened with the copiers. Now it's centralized under finance. I don't know why we should be in charge of copiers.
Well, we
but
talked about creating a position for administration.
Right,
That
for
to me would
2024?
would be, a whole range of things, including copiers, paper,
Right. But
other stuff, and
within-
just to handle that as opposed to, you have some, we have some, Al has some, you have some. It makes no sense.
can we do that for 2024? Realistically, that's what.
Well, it's going to take a little time to, figure it out and roll it out, but there's no reason why we can't start it and you know.
Yes, for
do
the copiers, that was back in one of the previous QPA, and then took all the copier under the purchasing office, and then purchased all the new copy
It
equipment.
works, it's really working well, so no issues, nothing is breaking, and everybody has. So I'm happy with centralization there.
Yep, centralization is fine. So that's why the copier went to the finance, because one of your QPA purchased all the copier and for the entire town, and then so that's why we I think finances take care of the payment, the click, print by click, and then IT is taking care of the technical support.
I think what we need to do is, I think I'm going to create a little working group that'll sit down and talk about all the items that sort of are, they're sort of orphaned out there. You know what I mean? And
Like
try
the
to figure out what,
telephones,
all of that.
electricity
Yeah,
bills.
and that,
Except police and fire, I do work closely with police and fire with their software and with the CAD system they're using. I work with the police support group closely, and then and I'm also involved with they kept me up to date with the dispatcher. We relocating the dispatcher from the fire headquarters back to the police headquarters. So I did provide some of the information. They kept me up to date. Fire side, I work closely with Deputy Chief Duncan, and then to work on any project on the fire side.
The police and fire, telephones and all, who should take care of it?
I think police is handled by Ms. Jerry Powell, and then fire is handling by Denise.
From now onwards, right?
Now they have bill. They have some bill that they pay for. My office is paid for the wireless, both Verizon Wireless and then FirstNet AT&T, and also has been switching from all the parts line and from Windstream to Granite. I have been doing that since last year, switching away from Windstream.
So wireless for the police and fire, can they take care of it? Is it centralized by them or by you, or what's?
This is the best practice. They've been paying for a portion of the. If I understand that our Verizon PIP numbers is paid by Jerry, and she's the one who handles it.
Right, like a past practice, what is most efficient? That's what I'm trying
I mean,
to.
if that new group, new position is created, I think that we can centralize some of the centralized software and stuff like that. Then
Can police and fire take care of that? Because you know what, they can't afford to not have the telephone lines. We can't do this last minute, hey, this bill is not paid.
Well,
That's
that is a
dangerous,
separate
right?
separate topic, because Windstream to me is we did pay our bills, but with the 3 months ago they start adding subcharge to it because with the legacy
I'm
line.
not talking about.
Well, that's what's the Windstream. This is the last minute bill that you are talking about.
We
and-
can incorporate, I know what your issues
Yeah.
are, we can incorporate that into a further discussion.
Right,
Yes,
and
that we
then
usually-
accordingly,
Right.
the budget will change. That's what I
Yes.
tried to get in.
Yep.
If it is in the other budget, a centralized budget, we pull the amounts from whatever, you know. this
Yep, we can talk about that,
department
and then
to
with the
go to that.
telecom stuff, and then those we can definitely talk about that. So continue on with the IT. The maintenance budget is again. Please take a note that we're adding $12,000 for the next request for the maintenance under maintenance.
The centralization, yeah.
Yeah. So that will that will bring up to $618,651.94 just for maintenance line.
MSI.
And then for the professional service, since we October we brought on 2 additional IT help desk, it went up from last year $70,000 to $40,000 this in 2024.
Can I ask one? Can you temporarily get more people to get whatever this is rush up so everybody gets access to their files? And I'm thinking that maybe
All right, how about this? Let's go over all these budgets. We can talk about all these file access and stuff like that, because let's go over the budget. Is that okay with you, with both of
Well,
you?
let's finish the budget, and we can have a conversation.
Yeah, we
about
can have that. So let me go through this, and then we can talk about it.
thinking if you need to put budget for it, we have to budget for it.
Then we can bring it back to the budget line. All right. So for the office supplies, I think I increased it just from $3,000 to $5,000. For seminar and meeting expenses, which is, I increased it from 5,500 to 17,500 because since I have 2 additional new staff, actually 3, including the TV34, we need the training. We need to have continued training because technology is changing rapidly, and then we need our staff to stay up to the technology. So we are increasing the deadline for IT training. Also, we increased the membership and dues and memberships. They have a slightly increase from 350 to 500. Mileage and travel, because some of the 2 of the staff they do go from different buildings for technical support, so they're using their personal vehicle. So that's why we're increasing that a little bit. Data processing remains same, $5,000, and that is the budget for this year. So mainly the increase is the maintenance, mostly the software maintenance is our vendor is increasing up to 10%, sometime more. Then generally this is the operating, for the salary and stuff like that, usually we don't deal with it. And then it's usually up to the township manager.
You didn't budget anything for the capital? I never got anything.
Yes, I do. I do have a printout.
Oh, you are now, okay.
So for the capital budget for this year, last year we request a PC refresh. I did request $250,000, but we were funded $50,000, and the other one was funded is the TV station hardware refresh project. We request $70,000. We funded $70,000. Both of the projects is underway, being complete.
Can I ask you, how many PCs we have? How many, what is the rotation? Every year, how many you repurchase? What's the plan? Do you have that list with a plan? Like every year, 10%, 5%?
No, this doesn't do like that. We place the PC by book of the, we have about like a 350 PC, and then about 75 to 75 about laptops. We don't just replace 10% or annually. We replacing usually to get a better discount from the manufacturer, and then we replace them usually by book. That's why and then in the past year, so we started, the PC usually lasts, we have warranty up to 5 years. When we purchase new PC, then we manufacture, it came with 3-year warranty, but we purchased 2 more years to make a 5-year warranty. So the PC and the monitor is up to 5 years. After 5 years, then you still can use up. We should start replacing it. The PC replacement program should be started. Sometime waiting for the funding can push to 6 or 7 years. Now we have some PC is into the 8th year right now. So we desperately need some PC replacement. So in 2024, I requested 75 laptop is about 187,500. This is purchased back in 2019 during the COVID. The PC refresh program, about 100 PC. This is requested back in last year, this year, 2023, but we are requesting another $200,000 to finish the PC refresh, which is half of the township, including police and fire. And then also I am requesting offsite cloud with MS Office 365 backup with Rubrik. It's a 3-year contract. It's about $92,000. If this is approved, we will be discontinued with data, which is about $40,000 in the operating budget in fiscal year 2024. And then Microsoft and Cisco infrastructure upgrade, including software, firmware. We requested in 2023. We kind of need to start doing it this year because our firmware, some of them is outdated. We need to make sure we stay up in current with all the firmware and then software license. So we got to make sure this take time to upgrade them because we have to do, there's a sequence to do this. Also, if we requested 2 new Cisco switches, it's about $20,000. We did request it in 2023. We did request the new data center from 2023 and 2024, but this project plan is canceled because since we find out that police department is moving, the dispatcher center is moving out the fire department. I did have a conversation with Fire Chief Herman, how to utilize that space, and then he said we should be able to expand our existing data center at the firehouse to be a little bit more efficient, because right now the data center at the firehouse is very congested, and then we need to make sure they're well planned, and then make sure it's a true data center, and then that will save us the money because we have an estimate from a vendor to build a new data center is cost about $1.5 million, but with this we are estimated will cost half of that, $750,000. Council chamber hybrid meeting ready. We've been talking about this, but so basically is get this room council chamber to will be two-way communication. Let's say we hosted any online meeting, Zoom meeting, WebEx meetings, and be a both-way dialogue with TV, and then so council or any type of meeting can do an online meeting. Edgemont House, I met with the senior service department. They would like to have the Edgemont House to be part of the township network. So with the fiber install, access controls, CCTVs, and then time clock. That is about $60,000, but probably I'm on the high side because we're not sure what is the fiber installation actually costs, because with the material increase all the time, so I just don't know exactly the pricing at this time. But in the past, when we did the animal shelter, it's about $30,000. So I'm hoping this will be less, but the senior services requested the Edgemont House to be on the township network. Right now they are standalone. Lastly, the town-wide fiber infrastructure, we have a dark fiber throughout the town. It's a linear topology, which is not is like booking line. Those were installed back in 2003. And then now we need to start thinking about 20 years ago. We need to start thinking about inspecting and then improving those fiber optic cables, because with the 20 years wear and tear, we don't know the condition of them. So we was going to start it in next year and then carry on to 2025 and such. So I requested $50,000, if possible, to start looking into our fiber optic cable infrastructure throughout the town. That is probably we can talk to BOE and library, because this is dark fiber is just shared service between library and Montclair BOE. This is the capital budget request that I have, and then I will email you the electronic copy after this meeting. So, any question, comment?
Yeah, all your pending capital projects, all are completed? Can we close out those accounts?
No. Mr. Lopolo told me that I have a lot of capital project and then the funding available, and I don't know what they are. I need to somehow sit down with finance, and then maybe you guys can give me a list of the capital budget that is open, that I can take a look at it. Because each year when I request it, I don't get a response. what is capital budget is being approved, what has been assigned to the IT department. So maybe that's something is
have a
pending
meeting.
out there.
We have to have a meeting, like Brian and I wanted to have a meeting several times to go through the capital, I remember, but now, we'll do
Yep,
it
just
now.
send me the list of the open.
Let's set up the meeting.
Let's set up the meeting and then send me the list of the capital budget that is open to IT. Then I can go over that. And then if I know I have capital money, I'm not shy to.
You have been accessing those accounts, sometimes you spend those, once in a while I see the bill that comes.
So again,
But if you don't have you
Yep, just
have
send it to
access,
me.
But if you don't have, I can give you, and I can forward you the email, I'm pretty sure I
Sure,
did send it.
that will be great if you can send me all the pending or open capital project, and then the line number, and then a fund available, a description, then I will apply it appropriately. Any other questions?
Has all the requested cameras been put in place, like on the Montclair, on the intersection of Wheeler and Woodland, et cetera?
No, those police camera is not being in place yet because we were pending the county building to be finished, because we want to use that to be a centralized, pull a fiber into that building, use it as a centralized point to put those cameras. Since the building is up now, so that project will be looking into it, and then I will be working with the DC Young.
I think that is 2018 project, right?
That was
Yeah.
2018, but since then we find out about so many variables, especially the building was being rebuilt at that park, the county building. So that everything was put on hold, because if we put a fiber there, they take down the building, and then we got to fix it again. So we're not going to do that. So right now, since the building is up now, so that will be revisited, and then probably beginning of next year.
Tony, also, can you send me 6-year capital? Capital should be 6 years.
Well, I think maybe other department can give you 6 year. IT is keep changing day to day. I think it's really hard for IT to give you a 6 year.
No, I don't mean the estimated cost or anything, like you're saying, PCs every year, 100 now, 100, and then we.
I do. So from the start of last year, I gave it to you. 2023 is supposed to be PC, 24 is supposed to be the laptop, and then the other half of the PC is 2025.
Fiber also maybe regularly have to replace it every 6 years, 10 years, I don't know, but
It's not
something
fixed.
like that. Is there anything like from 5 years now, you're expecting some things will change, you have to do something, another, server or something. You can't anticipate 6 years, not like a detailed or anything, just a concept-wise, what needs to be done.
Yep, I mean, for the fiber once we get this inspection improvement, the vendor can come here, take a look at all the fiber condition, then they can tell me the plan. And then I can ask them to break down to 5 to 6 years, the detailed plan with the upgrade, and what is the cost for the upgrade. Okay?
Good, and if you can also give this, fibers, 5 years, life is 5 years, the PC's life is whatever year, so I can estimate the next 6 years.
Yeah, I think you
and
asked
10
it
years
before,
what we need.
the PC, you want to do like 10% and then, or 15%, as I explained it to you before, that is instead buying like a 10 or 15 PC, we buy usually we buy 50 and 75 PC at the bulk. Because at that time, the township has ability to go back to manufacturer, or the vendor say we buying a book, they can go to the manufacturer, say, hey, they gave us a more competitive pricing under the state contract or the cooperative.
That's good. Approximately what is the discount we get if we go it in bulk, like 50% cheaper?
This depends what we
20%
buy.
cheaper?
I mean, this depends, and because right now the manufacturer cost is increasing so much. Right now, about a PC right now is about a PC with dual monitor, one monitor with a webcam is about $1,750 or $1,800. each for as of today that we recently purchased is about that price.
Yeah, but if we buy it in bulk, that 1,800.
That is in bulk. That is like 20. Well, at this time I bought 25 of them. That is the pricing. So let's say
If you
we
individually buy, how much is?
initially when I first started we purchased like 75 or 50, and then usually we can get a little bit more, probably like maybe $100 cheaper and stuff like that. So each. So again, market changed since COVID and stuff like that. So the 1750 and 1800, that is recently what we purchased it for the 25 PC replacement. Sure.
I don't see the capital list, but was there any appropriation there for hardening our infrastructure so we don't have another incident like we did in June?
Cybersecurity is always a main concern. Even though you invest so much money, $1 million or $1 billion into it, there is no 100% guarantee that the infrastructure is not going to be attacked by the threat actor. So yes, in the capital budget, we do have the Microsoft and Cisco's infrastructure upgrade, that upgrading the software, firmware that to the latest version, and then that will help strengthen our infrastructure. And also the new backup cloud, and then would back up the Office 365. That is, the Rubrik is one of the top-notch vendor that for the backup. That went to a couple conference, spoke with them, and then spoke with a couple out of town, and that the Rubrik is highly recommended.
Where do we back up? Currently, we are not backing up off-site.
We are
So
currently
that
backing up
cost,
with.
You want to replace that vendor with another vendor?
Yes.
here.
Mhm.
So
And
that
the-
cost will go where? The current,
The current one, the budget in 2024, about $40,000, it will go away if we do if we get the approval for the capital budget for the Rubrik for the 3-year contract, which is about $92,000. And if you divide by 3, it's a little bit cost saving right there.
my other question is VPN. Now, do you have to invest something in the capital-wise or operating-wise in the VPN? How can employees get VPN access so we can work remotely when needed on weekends? There's some things we have to look it up. Or has the ability helps people be more productive?
Working, as far as I understand from the township policy, there is no working at home policy at this time. Even though that's maybe on the new handbook, but it's not being approved yet. VPN currently is secure. However, right now is if you want department employee with certain situation, they can request it to Mr. Lopolo approval. It is up to the township manager right now
So
to.
do you need cost? That's what I'm saying. Is there
The cost is built in.
involved in that?
The cost is built into our Cisco SmartNet renewal every year.
So right now, there's no more cost needed, no more additional funding needed if everybody gets a VPN.
Not
access.
everybody. We have, I think
know,
we
I'm
have
just
about
saying.
like, I think 25 to 30 license of the VPN. Again, but the VPN access is not granted for everyone now. There's a new policy put in place that Mr. Lopolo, the township manager, is the one who determines who has VPN access.
It's not because of cost, it's for some other reason, right?
Correct. Currently,
And
we.
also, just talk a little bit about the, what we talked about yesterday in terms of the testing for cybersecurity that we're going to try to do before the end of the year.
So right now, I did put it into pen testing. I thought I put it in here. So that is a pen testing. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. So right now, The GIF insurance, Garden State GIF insurance have a requirement that for any township is under the GIF insurance to have penetration testing, which is including external and internal. So I am in the process gathering a couple of proposals with vendor doing pen testing. So I didn't put it here because I think I might have enough money to operation budget this year to cover the cost. If not, then I will let you know. I will maybe have to put it in the capital budget.
Approximately how much does it cost?
It's dependent. Right now, I got the proposal for 1 year and 3 years. The cost is, pen testing is not cheap these days anymore. It's about over $10,000.
But that's recommended to keep the township network safe.
Yes.
We're going to do
So
it.
10,000.
It's not
makes
keeping,
no
so
sense to
basically
me,
they
like-
run the test to the from the external network or look at internal network. They will tell us what is the black hole is and then what need to be improved. So even though we are hiring one vendor that is basically the contact point. So within that, then each year let's say we sign a 3-year contract. We are not going to use, that vendor will find out the different company. I don't want to use the same company doing the pen testing every year because there's no point. I would like to alternate it or at least find a different vendor to every cycle 3 years then to using the same vendor to test it. Because if I use the same vendor every year, the report might not be true. And then so right now, even though we contracted with the vendor for 3 years, that vendor will outsource it, find it, and with other company to do a different company to do performing the pen testing. So I should have those finalized beginning of December.
So beginning of December, you will know the cost. So
I will know the cost. I will know the
$10,000
cost. I do I'm finalizing it, but so I just want to.
Yeah.
Before the first week, hopefully the first week of December, hopefully you will give you before that.
So, Tony, when we recently went to GFOA conference, the vendors were exhibiting everything, and then we put in our cards, business cards, and got some raffle. I don't know whether it's good or not. It's dummy thing or something. Level 1 cyber security. Somebody's offering to do a free training of level 1 cyber security. I don't know what it is. I'm just throwing it out so we.
I did receive an email from Nada. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit behind on my email. I will look into it, hopefully by tomorrow, and then I will contact you guys for that.
Do we do our training as per the GIF?
Yes, starting this year, previous year 2022, we went through Know Before. Know Before is our cybersecurity training. But right now, since Garden State GIF offering cybersecurity for no additional cost, so for this year, I switched it to the Garden State GIF.
Are we
And
planning on doing the same, once a year, same, like 10 videos, all?
No, we go
contain
to,
same material?
so probably in December, at this time, I will separate it to two. So two parts, so probably 5 with the first part 1, and then the remaining will be probably in March next year. So that will break it down a little bit.
Many towns are doing like dummy, they send out and then somebody accidentally clicks and then they say, hey, you failed the test. And regularly we talk to many municipalities in the GFOA conference, so many are doing like at least once a quarter so that people remember. So many people don't remember.
Actually, we already did twice already, but this is not, we already did twice as exercise with the GIF. That is unannounced.
It has to be
unannounced. We already have twice. We did one back in April. No, not April. In the summertime. I think it was August, and then we did one recently. Actually, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And then the most recently one, I did inform Mr. Lapola that the exercise has been taking place. I only can inform that at least Not even my staff, only informed
And
them.
how many people click on what they're not supposed to click?
What the first time we did have a handful of people, I did have a report. I did speak to a couple department, and then that they need to be a little bit more cautious. The second round, I didn't get the report back yet because they recently just finished it. So I will be requesting a report to see the second round, what is the result, and which I will share that with Mr. Lopola.
Can we also, do you think it's better to train people more often, do at least once a quarter, at least for a few?
Yeah,
years, so
so-
they remember, like I
So
said.
right now, we try to do maybe every 6 months.
Yeah, from this 24 onwards, because this year once.
If
we
I need to
had-
do more, we do more. Maybe let's see what the Garden State is offering. If they have like a 12 courses, maybe every quarter we do 3.
Yeah, like I remember all same videos, the same content it covered, but 12 all at once. I was like, if we break it up into.
Well,
two
at that
or
time
three.
we were at the crunch, and then so that's why, and then we just have to do it. Just like the Cisco Duo, the multi-factor authentications, which I did request it, but we will charge it to the 2023 operating budget. So the multi-factor authentication
So
is in
that's
place.
done, right?
That
That's
is done.
completed.
We still working with police because police have different shifts. We a handful, I think mostly are deployed in the police department, and then so. But for the town hall, everything multi-factor authentication is either to the mobile or to the token.
Anything else? No?
Well,
It's a huge request, right? Yeah, like I said, if I get the list of things that we need, like there was a lifespan of each kind of things, that helps me plan better.
if you, I mean, if you tell me what you need, like for example, PC, laptop, whatever, if
And
you,
all these items that you have, let's say, you have like a $1.5 million request, right? Of the $1.5 million, all these items, what's the life of each, all this technology? things?
laptop usually lifespan.
Yeah, you don't need to tell
Mm-hmm.
me now. You just send it to me, so when you get a chance, so I can plan better for the next 6 years.
Okay, I will give you a 6-year plan with the PC refresh.
Yeah, and give me the, like I said, give me the life of it, so I can,
Yep.
you know. plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lepore.
Thank you, Tony. With an F.
Hi, Mr. Fan, how are you doing? I just finished your budget.
You don't have the budget, so that's the problem. Can you give me 1 minute?
You're live, sir.
You're unmuted.
I don't have the budget. Hold on. Michael, you sent me this morning, right? Well,
I don't know if it was this morning or yesterday.
No, yesterday I didn't get any budget from law department on you. Let me see. Let me just send it. Law department, yeah. Okay. Okay. Brian, if you want to see it, you have to come here. I don't have a printed copy in it. Oh, forward, okay. I want to take a picture.
Okay, we resume our hearing, and our Township Attorney, Mr. Burr.
Good afternoon.
Let's see.
Do a
Is it
little-
my floor?
It's your
Do I
floor.
start or do we? Okay.
It's your floor, and we ask questions.
Okay. We have prepared a budget, or proposed budget for next year, that includes most of the same items that we generally budget for every year. In the budget, we have certain subcategories that I'll go through and say what the proposed budget amount for those items are, and then you let me know if you have any questions. So typically for office equipment, we're proposing a budget of $2,000. For professional services, which includes professional services contracts for conflicts and general litigation attorney and vacant and abandoned properties attorney, we're proposing a $300,000 budget. For publications and subscriptions, we're proposing $5,000. For office supplies, we're proposing $5,000. For seminars and meetings, we're proposing $2,000. For professional training and development of our staff, we're proposing $2,500. For matters that arise throughout the township for litigation, we're proposing $150,000. And then the public defender, who we have to put in our budget in order to provide public defender services for the municipal court, we've kept that the same at $33,500.
Is that a per diem, or how do you pay your public defender?
That is, I believe, paid. Yeah,
Per
it's
session?
per session, right?
Okay.
And it's contracted. The prosecutors don't go in this, they come out of our line item for salaries. So that would be a total budget for those items of $500,000. We're asking for a new position this year, after having been in the position for 2 years as the interim township attorney. I have been able to discern that due to Oprah demands, high volume Oprah demands, which require, in some instances, requires the law department to review those Oprah demands, and we're not able to meet them timely. And due to the increased volume of litigation throughout the township, we're asking to create a new position of paralegal. That would help us up in the law department with a staff member that would be able to be dedicated to doing Oprah requests and dedicated to doing litigation matters, specifically discovery requests, which we've had an uptick in discovery requests over the past year and a half. And that would also enable us to handle other matters like subpoenas and pleadings and legal research and so on. So we're asking for, the rough medium for a paralegal is somewhere around $65,000. We're asking for a max salary of $60,000 for that position. And that's it. That's my presentation.
So the big the big item, big jump is the professional services. Currently it is vacant properties and the conflict attorney. Vacant properties is 85,000 and the conflict attorney is 75,000. Together is 160,000. That you want to increase it to 300,000.
Correct. As you're aware, every year prior to me being here, at the end of the year, we have to do an increase to the not-to-exceeds for those contracts. So even though our budget in past years are for lower amounts, due to the uncertainty of litigation, matters handled by our outside counsel, or how vacant properties, things they get more volume, there's more court appearances and litigation, we get sued, we need representation in specialty matters that our outside counsel handles for us. And every year we appear to exceed what those contracts are. And last year I had asked for an increase, which we didn't receive. So this year I'm asking for an increase, so we don't have to come back at the end of the year every year and ask for an amended contract and an increase in a not to exceed. It would help us manage our outside labor counsel better.
Labor counsel?
Outside litigation counsel and vacant and abandoned properties counsel. I don't know if there's my understanding is maybe labor counsel comes back to the law department. If that's the case, then we would be asking for additional budgetary monies for labor counsel. But as of right now, all I have is litigation and vacant and abandoned property outside counsel in my budget.
So vacant properties, that's not exceeding. That's always, even this year, it is still within the limits. Only conflict counsel last 2 years, I believe last 2 years, we started extending towards the end of the year, you needed more money. But is that, you're saying because of litigation? To my understanding, litigation is always paid for by JIF. And
That's not correct.
No.
so litigation is not paid?
Not always, because the JIF matters that, or the litigation matters that are covered by the JIF are what we call Title 59 matters. Those are tort matters, or employment matters, tortious employment matters. That is covered by our JIF. Any other litigation, I'll give you an example. If someone sues the town, for instance, right now we're dealing with the Mills Social Services Building. They wanted to quiet title on their deed. So in order to quiet title, the township had an interest in the property, or former interest in the property, so they sued the township. We needed special counsel to handle that litigation. So there are matters, Lackawanna Plaza, Lackawanna redevelopment, someone sues over the redevelopment plan, that would be a litigation matter that would not be handled by the JIF.
So litigation last year, we had 32,500. So far, we used only like 1,200. There's still money left.
There's some of that money is encumbered. We just haven't submitted the bills on those.
Okay, so, but that litigation from 32,500, which from 32,500, you are increasing it to 150,000. That litigation is for special cases like the not employment related, not tort related. It's like special things like redevelopments and social services building, kind of special things. And maybe cannabis too, something like that,
we're
right?
anticipating litigation over cannabis. We're anticipating litigation over Lackawanna Plaza. We're anticipating litigation over the leaf blower ordinance. There's lots
Which
of things.
we already had litigation.
Well, we have pending litigation
Right.
related to leaf blower.
Okay, so that's the 150,000. In addition to 150,000, professional services, you are increasing by another $150,000, which is for conflict outside counsel. That is also, to my understanding, is a special matters, not the regular Oprahs, or not the regular contracts or anything. This is, again, the special things that in-house attorneys don't take care of. right?
Well, they're also there to handle matters that we may be conflicted out of, where we have a conflict of interest and can't handle it in-house. They also provide us with advice and counsel on certain matters. We use them on occasions where we need specialized help from them. Not just in litigation, but
Yeah, litigation, 150 separate.
Yeah, I don't, as an attorney who's worked in government for many years, I don't find those numbers requested to be out of the ordinary.
Yeah, we used to have very little.
Yeah, well, there's
Now-
lots of litigation going on now, so, and there's lots of, we are in court on so many different things, from the leaf blowers to cannabis to all these other arcane issues with landowners, et cetera, so we can't, it's also, sometimes litigation touches upon the township, just by definition, that the township attorney is conflicted, right? Period.
Correct.
So that's why there has to be outside counsel, and also outside counsel giving opinions, even if the JIF is involved. Someone has to represent us in relation to the JIF because we're still conflicted. So,
And again, it's not over the past couple of years. I've looked back to 20, and I don't have the paperwork in front of me, so I don't want to misspeak. But I've
have-
looked back over several years, at least going back to 2019, maybe even 2018, where there have been resolutions done at the end of the year to increase the not-to-exceeds of the Riker contract, the Genova contract. So this has been, in my opinion, a common practice or a standard practice that had occurred prior to my becoming township attorney.
Okay, I see 2020 budget is 250,000. Now, you are requesting 500,000, just OE. Mr. Burr, I was, GFOA conference recently, and we were talking about OPRAS and all. Some municipalities are using outside services, not by full-fledged attorneys who charge like $300 or $150, but these services, just sometimes you go through all these, just like pages and pages, but many of them don't need really specialized things, and there are services, maybe, should we look into it? Should we,
I believe we had a couple of meetings around that. The concerns about some of using outside services tends to deal with matters of confidentiality. When it comes to the legal department, those services may help the clerk where it's not matters of confidentiality or attorney-client privilege. But if we are to hire an outside service or contract with an outside service, my opinion would be that service would have to be a law firm of some sort where they maintain an attorney-client privilege if they're going to be looking at documents for exemptions, legal exemptions related to personnel, related to attorney-client, anything that's confidential to the township. I believe it would be my opinion that those, any outside source that we hire has an attorney-client privilege.
isn't it the same thing what the JIF does with the discovery stuff? They hire outside firms that come in and
Right.
and call through all emails, et cetera, to see what's responsive, what isn't, what's confidential, what can be shared, what can't be shared.
Correct.
and the paralegals do those kind of works, I
Yeah,
understand.
but, and, look, if someone requests to see 10 years' worth of emails, it would be impossible for just a paralegal to do that. You hire these companies because you need to get it in a certain timeframe.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
these companies have not lawyers going
No, but
through all
they,
these
as Paul
paralegals.
said,
do
you have to have
$40.
You have to have attorney-client privilege or else.
Right.
But they use paralegals, yes.
Right.
Or other
It depends
people,
upon
yes.
who they use, $40 an hour, $50 an hour, to $300 an hour.
Right.
So those
And-
services.
And listen, maybe better served to have a paralegal doing some of that, might be somewhat time-saving or money-saving, but we could certainly explore using, sourcing out some of that work. I have sourced a couple of things out to outside counsel, and it becomes pretty exorbitant.
That's why I'm saying,
Yeah.
those are, becomes very, very exhausting. So like
Yeah.
our budget is like nonstop going every year.
Right.
So, you know, it is outside services with, even though it's a law firms, but they offer paralegals $40 or something within that proposal.
Correct.
Yeah, maybe. So bottom line is, as the litigation is going up to $150,000, professional services is $300,000. That's the big amount.
Well, we'll talk about that as we finalize the budget.
Okay.
All
That's
right.
the
Yeah,
request.
It's a request, so.
Yes, we'll talk about the final number.
Right.
Anything
Anything
else
else?
for them?
No, this is
I think-
all for things that we internally cannot do, either because of conflict or because of specialized nature.
Mhm.
Well, and keep in mind, they're very time-consuming matters, too. So you have two township attorneys that have a limited amount of time that we can spend on these matters, considering all the other things that we have to do for the township. Myself and the assistant township attorney not only handle what's going on in the law department, but we need to handle all the legal matters that relate to every department in the township. So, and those matters are daily. Then we have to address legal issues, legislation with the council, what they want to have prepared for their council meetings and legislation that they're looking to pass. And we handle all of that predominantly in-house. We rarely shell anything out that pertains.
Even when matters are referred to the JIF, as things come in, you still have to take the time to go through it, get the information, get it over to the JIF, and then coordinate with the JIF because they're not here.
Correct.
And they're the ones who then say to you, I need this, I need this, I need the reports, I need to interview, the driver of the truck that struck the other car, I need to do, so that all comes through that department anyway.
That all comes to the law
So it's
department.
not, and perhaps a paralegal can help us, an experienced paralegal, I think.
Could help manage
could help with
manage
that.
those files.
I mean, we had an Oprah request involving litigation, which was 4,800 pages.
Yes.
The response was 4,800 pages that had to be redacted. So, and I don't even know
Yeah,
if the person who
we had an
requested it read it, but,
We had an Oprah request for emails for the library, and it produced about 10,000 emails. So those are the types of things. And then we had discovery requests in a couple of matters that the town is handling, and that turned out over tens of thousands of documents that we had to go through, prep, and send over to outside counsel to manage, so they could do their document production.
Yeah, so it's-
It's a lot, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a large town with a lot of legal matters, and you're correct, Mr. Lepola, just because a matter is being handled by JIF counsel, they still confer with the township attorney on settlement matters, on strategy matters, on document production, and setting up witnesses for subpoenas. It's a lot that we
okay.
have.
Well, we can discuss the final numbers in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and also I would like to know the trend, last 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, what is changing, what is causing this so unusual thing,
People are litigious.
The litigation is always there, town had always so many litigations.
Anything else?
Nope.
We made it to
Municipalities
3.
do have litigations.
And municipalities that have a lot of litigation have budgets that well exceed the Township of Montclair's law department budget.
So, okay, if that's it,
That's all.
one day down, one to go. Thank you, ladies.